Try and only do it, it might have to switch chairs.
Maybe we switch chairs to them.
Let's take a vote.
You're gonna make the owl crazy. Yeah, it's.
Try that.
Yeah, better,
Go relax there.
except that it's low.
Okay, you ready?
Oh, yeah.
All right, welcome everyone to our Whitefish Community Development Board meeting for the growth policy. It's June 18th, 2025, and it's 6 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and begin. We have an agenda for tonight that has a couple of items on it. But first we'll start with general public comment, and we may have some people coming in from online also. So if anybody has a general public comment for something that's not on the agenda tonight, so water quality or hazards, go ahead and speak now. I'm guessing you two guys are here with specific items in mind.
Yes.
All right, anybody online, general comment?
Think so. Anybody online that wants to comment, raise your hand.
We have a full board here tonight, and is Mallory with us?
Yep, she's online, yeah.
All right. Sounds good. So we'll go ahead and start with our water quality goals and objectives. And we'll first turn to Alan to give us a presentation on this.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Alan T. from Block Long Range Planner with Whitefish.
You can share your screen.
Oh, it was. Did it go away? Let's see.
Yes, so.
I thought. Oh, okay, let me try it again. It was sharing. What happened?
Okay.
All right, let me try sharing again. The. It's working. I don't know why it's not on me. Let's see. In a second.
There you go.
You get it now? Okay, so real quick, I wanna refresh on this. I gave these couple of slides at the last city council work session because there's just been so much discussion about water growth policy in our community plan. So it's a policy document. What it really is the visions, the values, and the official positions of the city. These are the policies and the priorities that drive future regulations, work programs, standards, funding. So some of the questions it'll say is, who are we? What do we want to be? What do we value? How do we grow? What should our goals and strategies be? I say that because this isn't a scientific or a financial study. It's not a hazard mitigation plan. In general, what happens is that each section has a narrative. It could be a paragraph or it could be several pages, depends on the community plan, existing conditions, and then there'll be goals and objectives to address that narrative. Many cities will just have one paragraph on that topic. We decided moving forward that any goal and objective that we had, we were going to have some narrative to try to justify that so that you could understand why that goal and objective came about. So that's why ours is more detailed. Here's an example. A goal, maintain and improve water quality of the whitefish areas, the lakes, rivers, groundwaters, and streams. And then a typical objective, and this is the one I actually took directly, no land maintenance, land disturbance, private or public shall cause soil erosion, chemical contamination. So I'm not gonna read the whole thing verbatim, but that is an objective. And then there could be an action that comes out of that, maybe saying, update the city's stormwater regulations to XYZ. So the narrative supports this goal and objective. The reason why I said it is because it's not necessary to have a write-up on any potential contaminant that could possibly be in the water. If it's meeting the goal and the objective, because I've gotten comments about all the different types of PCBs. I mean, some of them are trace contaminants. And is it really necessary to put that in the growth policy? It's all, again, just about goals and objectives. So going to the water quality section. So this is part of the environment, natural resources, and hazards elements. Just one section. When we first started on this, we met with the Whitefish Lake Institute in May 2024. So long before we started, we met with Mike and talked about this. had about an hour and a half meeting with him. He gave us all the different things that he thought that this should address. And based upon that, we incorporated all those issues and we did that write-up. So staff worked on this for several months. It went around to all the planners. They all made their corrections. Then it went around to all the different departments in the city. So Craig, Public Works was one of the different departments, finance, police, fire. They all made their comments and then we incorporated those comments into a revision and then we sent that revision out to different agencies that were all experts. And I listed here what all those different agencies are. And then all those different agencies made their comments and we incorporated all of their comments or listed where we didn't. And then we sent that off to public review. And that went out to everybody, 550 people on the Engage Whitefish site for a period of 10 days, I think. And then any comments that we got, one in particular that was a really one we didn't think about that was excellent, was talking about fireworks. We didn't really think about the effects of fireworks on water quality. So that's a perfect example. I got that comment. We did some research. We looked at what the resolution was, some of the discussion with city council, and we incorporated that into the new draft. And once all of that was done, those different versions, that final draft came to you. So we first presented the environment section to the board December 19th, and it was discussed very briefly, but that was the time when it was decided there just wasn't enough time to talk about these sections. So it was continued until March. And then in March, we received two different versions of rewrites, mostly goals and objectives on this water quality section from one of the board members. We've received 3 more versions, so we have roughly 5 versions. Some somewhat similar, some differences. But we have concerns with the comments, and the reason why is we believe that many of these suggested additions are duplicative, unenforceable, require resources the city does not have, or they're within the purview of other different agencies. And although no action was taken on these comments at the March work session, the board moved to put this back on the agenda today at the June 18th, 2025 work session. So the most recent comments that we have comprise 9 pages, and those are all included with your staff packet. And these are the general topics: reorganization of the water quality section, requirement for the city to perform scientific studies with specific requirements regarding what needs to be included in periodic reports, requirement for establishment of a water quality information center, requirement to track 303D compliance. That's something under the EPA Clean Water Act. Requirements regarding failing septic systems, including updating public records, regulations to inspect septic systems with sale of property, criminalization of septic systems greater than 40 years old, some pretty specific requirements for golf courses, and a requirement to move fireworks off of Whitefish Lake. Due to the extent of these changes from what was initially prepared and reviewed, our significant concerns are because it was suggested that WLI was consulted in the writing of these goals. We forwarded these to WLI and talked about them. WLI stated that they had met with this, they had had consultation, but they had discouraged most of these goals, and that they had actually supported the and the draft that staff had worked on with them. Following this correspondence, we made some additional revisions to incorporate as many of those proposed recommendations as we could. And we made some additional recommendations from WLI, which were really just specifically just some crediting WLI and some of the actions that were taken. We forwarded those to WLI, who said that they were supportive of the most recent version of staff. If you look at the first version that was in your packet, we red marked what we suggest would be those. One of them talks about, it's kind of a general idea to be a little more clear to partner with Whitefish Lake Institute to address some water quality. There's a general goal about identifying and mitigating septic leachate contamination. There was a comment about, there was an original recommendation to do septic systems with sales of properties, but we are not involved with property sales. But we are involved with annexations. So if somebody that's on septic wants to annex into the city, we can require a septic system to be inspected prior to that. So we did add that. There was a comment about aging service systems and incentives, and they had a period of 30 years, but it's actually 20 years. That's what matches a special improvement district. And then there was some general language about when there's recreational fields, because there was a discussion about whether we wanted to just pick on golf courses or whether we wanted to also talk about soccer fields and all those other that use the same kind of fertilizers as the golf course. So we made it more general for recreational fields owned by the city, but leased to another entity. You can read that if you want. So with that, I'll stop. We've given you what we recommend, And then after this discussion, we can move on to the next one. So that's it on water quality.
All right, thank you, Alan. So now we'll go on to public comment. If anybody has specific comments on the water quality section, please let us know.
I do, and I don't know exactly where it's gonna fit, but, and maybe what you just brought up, Alan, it's gonna cover it. But, I have yet to see anything. I know that water quality, DEQ, has water quality information from the discharge from BNSF. And, that data is, I'm assuming, available to see whether that they are in attainment or not, on their discharge permits. And that's, it's been going on, I think, since 2015. And the reason I bring it up is because I saw them testing water today. The private contractor testing the wells. But no one has ever tested the outfalls, and just take a graph sample, and I think that might be revelatory, but, anyway, I'd like to see something in there to discuss water quality and the DEQ reports. And it might be something so general as to say that in the goals and objectives is to monitor the annual report from DEQ, the discharges at the test wells from the railroad.
Craig, I brought Craig along because this,
So they have two discharges. One, obviously, they're discharging to groundwater. You know, any drop of water that hits the ground that doesn't get captured and go into their stormwater management system goes to groundwater. The city of Whitefish is not a regulatory agency for groundwater. I think we could put some language in there that will monitor it, but I mean, again, it's outside of the scope of what the city of Whitefish does. They do also have a stormwater.
it's not in our city limits here, is it? Pretty sure they're not even in Whitefish, they're incorporated by the county.
Discharge, so they have a stormwater pond that collects any water that goes into an inlet or their storm sewer collection system. That they do have to sample before discharging to the Whitefish River, and they have a permit for that.
But what I'm talking about is, I see pipes, 6-inch pipes, coming from the road system in the rail yard. And if we get the heavy rain that we're expecting this weekend, those pipes are gonna be pumping some pretty ugly looking water, directly into the river. And, that concerns me. And the fact that, yes, Burlington Northern right of way is really in the county, but the river runs through it. And if you look at the hundreds of kids that are now jumping off the bridge, at this time of year, they're affected by that water. And I think we have a responsibility. And I'd like to see it addressed.
Yeah, don't have.
That's the question. If we did monitor it, we found that they were out of compliance. I mean, Craig, what would our,
We don't have any regulatory arm over that. You would have to contact DEQ for them to report. Whitefish River is a water body of the state of Wisconsin, not, this is Montana. Jesus, God. It's done that in years.
Jeez.
It's only been a decade, Montana.
It's not like the same anymore, but it's
Well, and so, I mean, sure, we could look at the report and we could tell DEQ that they're out of compliance, but DEQ would be the one that would have to enforce that.
don't they have to do that when they get their permit
or when they get the report, right?
every year? I mean,
Yeah, you would think so. So I mean, we're basically just overlapping what DEQ would be doing.
So if I
I'm sending
understand,
to Wisconsin.
if I understand you correctly, Richard, what you're saying is that this discharge is not currently monitored.
Well, it's not reported.
It's not reported.
That we're.
That we're aware of. I think if somebody searched DEQ, BNSF rail yard, which I tried to do. And it is a rabbit hole that you'll never escape from.
So my concern is if we're not tracking it somehow, how would we ever know to let DEQ know that there was a compliance issue so that they could continue their, whatever their process is? Not without us trying to enforce it, but just to make sure that DEQ knows.
I just think it deserves some recognition in our growth policy and growth plan.
Well, could we,
There's,
could we, put it in the policy or some recommendation that we hire a water quality company? There's one in Kalispell anyway, and, just have them go out, check it once a year, twice a year. And if they come up with a report that says this is outside of specifications or outside of limits that could be, we hand that report over to DEQ.
Well, so BNSF is already required to do that. I don't think the city has the authority to hire a private company for BNSF and sample their wells. I feel like the suggestion is, I mean, so the city reviews all sorts of permits, right? Building permits, excavation permits. It would be like DEQ should review the city building permits in case they're out of compliance with something that DEQ would regulate. I mean, I don't know, I guess I don't have an issue having language in the growth policy about the fact that BNSF has a regulated stormwater permit, but to have the city monitor that on an annual basis just seems like a level of discussion.
so I think there's an important point to be made here. The DEQ, the feds, the county, they have primary responsibilities in several areas here. The city has a secondary responsibility, certainly to be informed and maybe try to push these other agencies to act. The city does have the power under the law that if Whitefish Lake receives pollution, for example, the city has definite standing to bring a water quality trespass case. Or a case under the HELD decision, the recent climate decision, which basically says that the Constitution, Article 2, Section 3, right to a clean and healthful environment, is self-executing, meaning you can bring an action on that. So if there's damage to water quality, I think the city of Whitefish would have standing with regard to the Whitefish River or the lake. So that's a discretionary matter. It's up to the city whether it wants to do that, but it does have the power to do it. And so I think it's important to monitor, to track things. In my comments, I'm not suggesting that the city spend a lot of money on doing tests itself, but to track what others are doing and bring it into one place and make it public so that people know, so that the city knows, and so that the city can maybe push the DEQ or perhaps with less probability of success, push the county to do something. So that's there.
So now we're possibly out of general public comments and more gonna turn to board discussion. Does anybody else from the public have a comment on this specific thing? Okay, so we'll go ahead and start.
Was that clear on my concern?
You were clear, and now we have to find a way, from my perspective, to incorporate what you're requesting and what the board has prepared and some comments that have already been submitted to incorporate this into something that fits in a growth policy that will drive going forward a policy of knowledge from my perspective, not necessarily saying that we will monitor or we will take immediate action, but just somewhere in that step, we need to be informed. If testing's being done and it does affect water in the city of Whitefish, some way to gather that information in case something further needs to happen. So from my perspective, that's kind of where we need to discuss these suggested comments, suggested alterations to the staff report and come up with something that works going forward in a growth policy, just for the goals and objectives at this point.
I think there's a reason nothing green grows.
I would guess, yeah, probably, I'm sure that there's some things being sprayed and, they want to keep weeds down and whatever, but also there may be more to that. So it would be nice and it may be something that public could know without the city intervening. There may be a way, but yeah. So,
Ken, it seems to me that, again, we're talking about goals and objectives here. Something to the effect of, one of our goals might be set up systems or ensure systems in place so that the testing that needs to be done out of the rail yard or any other place is in fact being done, or something to that effect.
Results for-
Consistent with a goal that we could act on as we're able to. And it's not specific saying, okay, you gotta hire 3 people and you gotta do this and you gotta do that. The goal is, ensure there are systems in place that are monitoring outflows into the river and the lake.
Well
Okay,
said.
we'll figure that out. We figure that out at some point. And the nice thing about this growth policy is that it's not like our prior growth policy to some degree. Once this thing is put in place, we're gonna have to draft and make those systems happen in fairly short order to begin to implement those goals and objectives. So this is not something that's gonna sit on a plate, but I think in terms of what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, what we could do is say, one of our goals and objective is ensure that there are systems in place that are monitoring, outflows into the river and, ensure that those are being done. And whatever those systems look like, I don't know. But I think that's something for a policy, but that seems to be a solution, or I offer that as what I've heard.
as a goal, I like that. And then with an objective, I think we could be a little more specific as far as communication with BNSF or, timing of that. And then from there into an action
Yeah.
plan during implementation.
If we were gonna go around, I'll say this is more an objective. We've already got a really relatively overarching goal about reducing contaminants and all this. This kind of specificity is an objective. Goals
Like a concrete
very
step.
broad, don't,
Okay.
and then, discourage or whatever, monitor. Is the city of whatever I have here. I'm sorry, there's just so much.
Let's find this
Right.
goal.
Maintain and improve water quality of Whitefish areas, lakes, rivers, grounds, and streams, that's a goal.
Okay,
And then this would be an objective, but again, I guess,
under that goal,
then this would be an objective under that goal.
okay,
Again, I gotta defer to Craig, because this is falling on his lap,
yeah, no,
right? This, Craig and Angie, like Angie would know maybe what the legal stuff is, this is falling on Craig's lap. He's gonna be the one that's gonna have to do this, or his department, that's why I'm saying I signed this. I don't know what that looks like, so that's. It's easy enough to write an objective,
do we not want to do that?
I feel like we do. I think the specific comment about BNSF, city doesn't have an arm to ensure
No,
that they're doing,
right,
I rely on state agencies.
right, but what I'm hearing is, and I think we probably do some of this anyway, but I think a goal could be ensure that there are systems in place that are monitoring, and you're telling me that we do that. And so I think we could, but I think having that as an objective, says, okay, go ahead.
Well, the only comment I have is, we're very close to being an MS4. And, I mean, aren't we having that, when we do that, are we gonna have to map, and then we'll be the city, But when we moved, and there's some discussion about MS4 and the public facilities, which we haven't seen yet, but you will. Part of that is gonna be requiring us having to map outfalls. Anyway, so isn't that required when you get to the MS4?
Yeah, but those are city outfalls. Those are
Okay, those
outfalls
are right.
coming from city streets.
But some of those outfalls, the one on Edgewood is a combination of the rail yard and Texas, Wisconsin, and everything else. I mean, that's a huge outfall, that is a combined,
Well, it's a swale that runs along Edgewood. I don't know how much runoff that takes from the rail yard. A lot, okay? Whatever amount, I watch it.
And what we're talking about is monitoring, right? Richard? I mean,
well, I think the public, you monitor and inform the public. I think those are the two things that I would like to see, as part of the growth policy plan under, improving, maintain and improve water quality of the Whitefish areas, lakes, rivers, what's called the Fish River, groundwater and streams.
What are we monitoring specifically then? Cause I'm just trying to come up with the language. Ensure systems are in place to monitor what?
Outfalls?
You have two things, you have surface water and you have groundwater. Those are two different things. Am I correct? Yeah, so like in a big rainstorm, that's the surface water that sheets off of there.
But where? Are we only talking about BNSF? That's a huge monitoring study, I'm saying. I'm just trying to think of poor Craig out there monitoring. I'm just trying to make this work. If we put this in a group, I have no objection to any of this. I just, if we put it in there, we have to figure out a way to do it. And to make it right, that's my concern. I have no vested interest, other than if I put it in there, we have to figure out how to do it.
it has
I don't
to
wanna
be
make a
achieved.
promise, I don't wanna make a promise that we can't do.
Is BNSF mandatorily reporting this to DEQ?
Yeah.
So is that something that's available to the public?
Yeah, I don't think you can just go on the website and find it, but it's open record.
It's public record. So do we want to compile something in a city website that allows the public to see DEQ reporting that affects Whitefish Lake and River? Is that possible? Is that an achievable thing?
So that's the water quality website that was recommended in Mr. Eberling's red marks. Again, that's up to Craig. If Public Works or another department is formed, right? I mean, it would be Craig or some other department that would have to design and monitor and to be perfectly honest, not being a genius, don't know of any city government that does that. Do you, Craig?
Is it
Well,
as
certain
simple as a link?
Except that I know city governments will put up the water quality of their drinking water. That's very common. You can go on and look at the water quality. I don't know the city websites. I know they could have a link. I don't know the city website for water quality of the municipal city. But I couldn't
Well,
wrong.
Bravo would,
Where few cities have Whitefish Lake inside the boundaries. And Whitefish Lake is very, very important to the people. And yeah, I suggested a city water quality website. And that's without knowing how difficult would it be to set it up and how difficult would it be to maintain it. But it's there as a general idea and it can be refined. But yeah, I think the city should dig into the files at DEQ and get everything that BN has reported there. In the asbestos cases, we've got the DEQ files and the feds files on the railroad cleanup of asbestos. It was very difficult to get it all. So the public should know about this. They should have a place to look for it. But I don't know how big an ask that is to set up a website and try to list all this stuff.
I guess I just chime in. I think Alan made a really good point. Excuse me. We put it in our growth policy we need to do it, because the first thing that will arise during a lawsuit is you have to follow your growth policy. I think we need to balance that. The things that we say we're gonna do in the growth policy with the demands on staff and how much time we actually have to do that. I think that would be a huge undertaking. I mean, we probably have to hire, I can't imagine Craig's department has the time to go through.
Well, I mean, we partner with Whitefish Lake Institute, that has a website that it feels like that's the appropriate place. Let's put the, you know, the responsibility and the professionals that we hire and pay for on a basis. Right.
I know Mike Copel specifically said he recommended against us having a water quality website.
Right, but he didn't.
Yeah,
say
just
that
as
we
a
couldn't use
practical
theirs.
matter, if WLI is already doing it and doing all of it, that's fine. And, I think we need to, build in as much discretion in the city with regard to these objectives as possible, because we don't want to run into what Angie has pointed out, that it may be very expensive to set up something like this, but we need to make it an objective, but give the city some discretion on how to implement.
I think that in the city, the website, a simple link to the WLI water quality thing.
Something like improved visibility or access to DEQ water, because that could be one link. Something very broad, like improve or give access to. Does that make sense, Alan? Instead of creating a whole new website.
You know, we're going.
Yeah, no, you're right. I was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, we're kind of, what I'm hearing is we're kind of mixing apples and oranges. You're talking about specific things to meet goals or to meet objectives. Creating a website with it, that's not what this is about. What we're trying to do is come up with a goal. And our goal is, we're gonna improve, maintain water quality of all the lakes and streams. Okay, got that. An objective or might be, in these circumstances, I think, ensure, take steps to clarify.
What about Whitefish will contract with Whitefish Lake Institute to do the monitoring?
No, that's a detail. Again, what's our goal here? And then what's our objective? Our objective is to improve monitoring of outfalls, water into lakes and streams.
And reporting to the public of that.
I don't even know that that's,
Improve the monitoring or just to make the data readily available?
yeah, or ensure.
Make the
Oh,
data
I think what we want to do is ensure that it's being done.
Yeah.
That's all we, I mean, my concern is that, given our history around here, DEQ is not as on top of things as they need to be. We as a city have had to make them do their job in terms of monitoring and cleaning things up, because they just like sat on it. We've done that a couple of times. That isn't our responsibility to do it, but at the same time, it's our water quality that we care about, so all we're saying is, ensure that the testing that is, what is it? I think what we want is some confidence that DEQ is doing their job.
It's almost like monitoring their monitoring.
Yeah, monitoring the monitor. I don't know how to, and I don't know whether that's fair or not, whether that's realistic, but that's what we're really talking about here, I think. It's just do what we can, set up systems that are gonna check or monitor outfalls into Whitefish Lake, into Whitefish River within the city.
So now that we've come from not wanting to pigeonhole ourselves and be in legal trouble if we don't achieve, then we need to look at what Alan had written, what has been suggested, and find some medium between those that achieves what we've just talked about without opening legal doors
Right.
to challenges.
I mean, I don't really wanna say coordinate with other agencies, because we're really not coordinating.
We want to allow transparency.
Yeah,
So people can see and say either they're not monitoring or it's not
without us having to actually report the results.
Mhm. Just give access to, make access readily available. Which I don't even know if readily available is the right language.
I don't even know if we can do that. It's just really hard to like formulate a way to say that we're gonna check and make sure they're doing it, but we're not going to report their data or you know, analyze their data or any of that because we're not the experts on that. So, I mean, I think maybe if we go back to Alan's objective,
Which was what?
The low land maintenance disturbance probably have to
They would put up our I mean, I could put up the red mark print, but it specifically talks about this.
Can we do that and
I could, but.
find that portion?
Which red mark print doesn't specifically talk about this, but sure.
The objective, just says, zero sedimentation and zero nutrient loading. The long objective that you read earlier.
So there's, I mean, here's the staff's version. Trying to incorporate as much as we could with what was suggested in talking to WLI. This is what they suggest, this is what they supported.
Which is,
What the additional stuff that we've red marked in is what WLI said is appropriate. That's what we're recommending.
Continue to partner with WLI.
And
To
monitor
address it.
water quality, identify and address source of contamination. I mean, that gives us something, but
okay.
I mean, again, I no horse in the race. I'm just trying.
I get it.
I just, if I put it in here, we gotta do it. And Craig's close to retirement.
What?
He's in with council.
Sir, I do have a question.
Yes, Bill.
Loon Lake is within city limits. Who's monitoring that? Is that part of WLI? Who? Loon Lake?
Yes,
Because that's adjacent to the golf course
I
on the
believe,
south end.
I believe they monitor them, like, don't they?
I don't know.
Who, WLI?
I do.
I thought they only monitor the lake, but
They,
I.
it's, Loon Lake is part of the Lake Shore,
Protection regulations.
protection regulations. And water quality, I know that the golf course for years has done testing over there. They monitor on an annual basis, because I've actually gone out there and done their, measured the lake and all that kind of stuff for them. So I know they do something. I don't know who's doing it.
With the, water, the amount of water decrease in Whitefish Lake at 20%, is that similar to what Loon Lake may have
We're down 2 feet this year.
on both Loon and Whitefish Lake?
I don't know about Whitefish Lake. I can tell you what Loon Lake's like. I was walking around there last night. So anyway, let's move on. What is,
So I mean, that identify, mitigate, or continue to partner with WLI to address and monitor water quality and identify and address source of contamination. I mean, that broad thing
that
covers
sort of
this.
covers it.
Yeah.
Seems to me.
Cause, and how we actually do that, I think and we could certainly, try to make sure
Yeah, I
that
mean,
DEQ and EPA are doing
Well,
their job,
that's-
but I don't know what power we'd have to make them do their jobs,
I think that's where I'm concerned about the word ensures, because we don't have a regulatory arm to govern that, but I mean, if it's as simple as working with BNSF has an entire environmental staff. And they have reports that they have to submit on a monthly and annual basis. We can collect those. I'm just not sure if it's appropriate to put a link on our website to them.
The BNSFs.
Yeah.
Well, it's all
I'd say more like-
public record. So shouldn't be any problem.
So perhaps something on the end of that, like, and grant public access as available. And provide public information as available. Because the goal is for the public and for the city, if we're not going to create a specific area. We already work with Whitefish Lake Institute, right? And basically what we're hearing is that no one is seeing BNSF reporting. It's going straight to DEQ. And unless somebody acts as a member of the public and digs or requests that information, no one knows. Is that right?
Yeah. It's fair.
So I think the objective under this goal is to have someone, whether that's WLI helping grant public access. This says monitor and what? So, yeah, provide public access to water quality information.
Those by the book.
I think
By the way, say public, provide public access.
Water quality information when possible,
Where,
and when available.
Water quality. Oh, identifying the source of inherent and provide public access to such information
Where feasible.
Usable or available.
where.
We could talk to Mike to see if that, he could link that on the WLI website, because that seems like that'd be more appropriate.
Why he wouldn't be doing that.
it may be something he has.
But anyway.
They have to stay in the ready to do it.
That they put up every year, I don't know how often they do
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, does that seem to address that issue?
Does that,
that sort of covers it.
We'll go through the.
okay, so we'll still keep that on the table to see if there's something that needs to be added. All right. Board discussion on this broadly, or do we want to get into specifically? The reason that we're going to go specifically through anything that's been suggested is because at the last city council, they said we should have gone line by line. So we'll go, it can be quick, it can be as slow as needs to be to kind of talk this through and figure out where we're headed, somewhere between suggested edits, public comment, staff report, to get to something that everyone's happy with. Does that make sense to everyone? More line by line instead of a blanket whole, do we like this section or that section? Go through, and as anyone has suggestions, we can go through those. Okay, so if a board member has a suggestion on a specific part, now is your time to bring that up. We'll discuss it and then continue to move forward from there. Okay.
Okay, I guess it's a time that I can bring up my comments. And, they cover a lot of things that we've just discussed. So this is good. You can see what I did with it. Okay, I'm gonna hand out a copy of the red line to everybody. And it's got a lot of, right, I've been changing it lately and over the past few weeks.
I've got
That's
that.
one for Alan. I only have 8 of these.
Okay.
Toby?
Who's got that one?
Okay, I've got one, so here's one extra.
Alan, do you want one?
That's for Mallory.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna say,
yeah.
and Mallory is online. Mallory, chime in, raise your hand anytime you would like to add a comment. And we'll read things thoroughly enough, hopefully, that you can keep up and know where we are as we go through this. So just stop us as necessary, or if you have a comment.
Okay, so anybody online should have, what is called, so in the water quality section, you go to agenda, hit here for the documents, then water quality. Alan posted 4 documents. This one is called Proposed Water Quality Changes and WLI Correspondence. So that's the same thing that everybody at the table is looking at. So, beginning with the general goal, we have Alan's, maintain and improve goal. I called that a general goal. And then his objective is listed also. And then this, statement, continue to partner with Whitefish Lake Institute to address and monitor water quality and identify the sources of contamination. Okay, so
And we've just
That-
added to that
that's
together as a
fine.
group, correct?
We added to that and public access where feasible?
Yes.
Okay. So then I broke it out, instead of having just one general goal, I broke it out into sediments, nutrients, and storm drainage. So I have separate sections for those three goals. The first goal is about sediments, although I included other harmful pollutants into Whitefish Lake. So the first objective is to, I'll read it. The city of Whitefish shall obtain information on land development activities for the purpose of meeting the above goals. Okay, so I wonder, are we gonna, do you want to vote on each line as we discuss it? It's the concept of breaking it into three sections, nutrients, sedimentation, and storm drainage is something I did. We could vote on that, or do you want to wait till later? How do you want to proceed?
I think it's good to look at if we're going to break it down, because if we say, no, we don't want to break it down, then that kind of shortens this or makes it a little bit different. I don't, so,
Some of these could be done at the end, I guess. Okay,
Yeah,
let me know if we should vote on something. So the first one is land development. To track land development activities for the purpose of meeting the above goals. And I added, track the effects of construction on water quality. So the concern here is sediments that would come down hillsides into Whitefish Lake. And this would be an objective to, the staff says that they already collect this information, but here we would place it in a center, the water quality data center, whatever, so that the amount of land disturbance on the hillsides can be compared to the water quality goals.
so I have a question, John, before we move on. Is the majority of this contingent on having a specific water quality website and water quality reporting apparatus? Does that make sense?
I referred to Water Quality Center. That could be a website. It would, what I imagine is a center. One of the planning staff would be responsible for water quality. And that person would gather all the information from outside sources. So that would be the place to look.
Okay, so I guess my first question with that is, does that, if we don't create that, is that an issue? And then what do we have that would already be that type of function without that name? Does that make sense? Is that Craig? Is that, who would be our water quality?
That would be WLI.
Yeah,
Okay,
Pension.
I think that's why WLI said we shouldn't do that. They're doing it.
okay,
Yeah, and later in the document, I say any function, any objective here that can be performed by, or is already being performed by WLI can stay with WLI, but we would have a person and a lot of documents gathered and an awareness in the city of what WLI is doing and how much land disturbance there is on the hillsides and so forth.
so how much of that is WLI already knowledgeable, if you have any idea? Is that something that they're already
I
gathering? or
don't think
is
they
this
have
a
land disturbance maps or anything like that.
Okay, so this is basically to track new construction, land movement that's creating sediment as a separate thing from nutrients.
Right,
Okay,
This is not a project by project basis.
yeah, the information comes from building permits.
So we're putting a GIS together. I'm suggesting that we're tracking, we're mapping all this on GIS. That's what you're suggesting.
While keeping the data, I don't know, I don't know how hard it is to map it.
And that's what it would be.
That would be-
Here, we would have a GIS project. What are we monitoring with the
The
disturbance?
amount of sediment, I mean,
The amount of
just from a
land
milling site, which would be pretty tough to.
The city has very strict erosion control, construction site erosion control ordinances that we require included in every site or permit isn't approved. Building inspectors are on site regularly monitoring that. Public works employees are on site monitoring, what's happening in the public right of way. But I think to assume that every building permit is tracked and monitored and reported on a website is way too far reaching for,
Yeah.
the current staff for the. I mean, we're basically, I think, would be adding a water quality website staff.
I think
A
that's
water
the
quality
hard,
specialist.
You would have to hire like a geologist, or biologist, or, right?
Well, let me ask you this. Currently, everybody, how will we measure the impact on water quality that construction going forward generate?
I mean, if you ask Mike Kupel, you talk about non-point pollution, right? Which is there's multiple sources that come in that are very difficult to identify. Because you have to check it at the lake or at the end of an outfall. But there's no way to know for sure, where those different points are coming into it specifically.
This is what our MS4?
Well,
I mean,
not
that's-
necessarily. It's a different thing, but, when they Whitefish Lake Institute went out and monitored the lake, they found different areas where they had contaminants, but unless there's specifically something that they could find, like Line Mountain was a pretty obvious one, but there's other ones that are non-point where, we're finding these things in the lake, but we don't really know where they're coming from. And when it comes to sediment, there's definitely times, like when, Tom Thomas's property had the big washout and a bunch of sediment came one down into Whitefish Lake. There's been a couple other ones of those around the lake. I mean, those things are fairly obvious. On most building projects, there might be a rainstorm, obviously we require straw wattles, we require different erosion control stuff. Every once in a while, somebody kicks over a bale or something, like a little bit of water gets through. But most of the time, if it's a major one, we're on top of that and we're able to see that. But, there are times where, a big rain event, even the best of that stuff's gonna fail a little bit because just the water's gonna go everywhere, right?
Maybe
So
we,
how do you pin that on one property owner, or how do you make sure that, just the monitoring for sediment, like citywide and all the building permits on that kind of a scale is very, very, very difficult thing to do. But we have policy in place to try to protect that and make sure that people put up the proper stuff to make sure that when it does have a storm event, that, the minimal amount of, sediment contamination come through. I don't know how we could monitor.
maybe we should, limit this tracking to, sites with slopes over 10%. That would eliminate a lot of them. Because obviously we don't want to monitor every building permit, no. But
I hear what you're saying, John. I guess my rhetorical question with this is, these are more implementations, strategies, and very detailed and specific as to how we're going to accomplish these goals or objective. I think it is, and we need to have that discussion at some point. But that's when the discussion about how we accomplish these things, these goals, we have that when we start talking about implementing it and creating the regulations and whether or not, this is, I would, again, what I'm reading here is we need to separate the document of the goals with what we're going to do, because we haven't decided how we're going to, as a policy matter, how we're going to implement that goal or that objective or whatever the objective is. And it may require us to say, through argument and discussion, the only way we can do this and we want to do it, we're gonna authorize the staff member, or we're gonna authorize, a new, whatever it is. But that's in the implementation phase, not in, at least in my view, not something we need in the growth policy to get to that discussion. Because I think this could be part and parcel of, okay, we think this is the goal, and we think that some of the things we need to consider are these, we can put those off to the side as legislative recommendations for when we talk about implementing it, what we thought those possibilities would be. But again, that's the way I organize it in my mind. And again, given the parameters of what the growth policy is, we need to consider all of those things, but maybe not at this phase. All those implementations of what we want to accomplish here are really about what regulations we put in place to support that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not,
I
it's
think
a
you have
time
an
decision.
important point.
Yeah,
And this point, I'd like to read from the Montana Growth Policy Handbook.
right.
It says, too often, at page 2, too often growth policies and other planning documents provide large amounts of data and analysis, but contain little clear or concrete guidance about how to improve a city or town. Because of this, growth policies and other plans can often result in few visible improvements. This can be due to the fact that the growth policy was either not realistic or its guidance language was so vague that the community leaders and residents were unsure what was supposed to be done. Then they define objectives as the objectives are the strategies or steps that would be used to achieve the goals in the growth policy. Unlike goals, objectives should be more specific, says much more specific and measurable. So how specific do we get? That's
That's the
a
question.
good question.
That's the question. Yeah.
So I don't want to be too specific, but this is just 5 pages in a document that's going to be hundreds of pages. So I think 5 pages on water quality might be appropriate. And so it's a bit specific and we can shave this and shave that as we wish.
Yeah, from my perspective, because of the, I'll call it, for lack of a better term, debacle with the economic development chapter that we went through, with seeing the goals and objectives multiple times at multiple meetings, and then requesting after a draft was put out, requesting from, stakeholders to give their comments and then coming back. I think it makes sense to do more input and more work on the goals and objectives so that by the time the draft is coming out, it can encompass that. I don't think it means that everything specifically we're talking about right now has to stay in the goals and objectives, but I do think it's a good time to raise these things so that by the time the actual draft comes out, it can reflect what we've talked about with goals and objectives. I think we can narrow them as we go, but keep these details in mind or keep them somewhere. Does that make sense, Alan, in your writing world? Or how can we
I'm
best?
struggling because again, we looked at the recommendations and talked to WLI about what we could realistically put in there. So, I mean, we could cycle back, but we've already gone through all these and said either we can't do this, we don't have the resources, it's not what we do, we don't do websites, we don't do scientific monitoring. Mike agreed with us. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult. We're trying to figure this out and we put what we could in there. But if we're, so asking me to redo it or to rework it, we did, and we talked to the experts. So, beyond this, I guess you can add things that aren't recommended by WLI or us. That's where you can go. But what we have is what is recommended by us, WLI, and 13 different agencies. So if you want to add more, you can. Not in my purview.
Here, I think we're talking about the margins between science and policy. So this planning board is doing a growth policy, so we talk about policies. And my impression from speaking to Mike was that he prefers to be the advisory scientist and not to be telling the city what to do about policy. These are a bunch of choices that I made. These are not Mike Kupal's. This is not on Whitefish Lake Institute, put it that way. So what is science and what is policy? I don't think we are demanding much science in here. I'm trying to avoid that. The city would have no monitoring in the sense of making tests, just monitoring in the sense of tracking information that others obtain. So that's where I'm trying to draw the line. Right.
I guess the question is, has someone obtained a sediment load or sediment gathering from construction? So requiring that, do we want to go so far with the growth policy because this is for 2045, right? So we're looking far ahead and preserving and protecting water, which I looked back through some of the first visioning sessions where, you know, we had really, really broad questions to ask. What, you know, what is unique about Whitefish, Joy? And some of the most often commented things were the lake, the rivers, natural resources, and clean water. Some of the things that one thing people said they wanted more of was environmental regulations. So if this is to be a document to reflect those visioning sessions, and then also what we as a board have heard, I think we may be more specific than staff or WLI want to be. And if that's the direction the board wants to go, that's why we'll vote. Then that's the direction that we'll go, knowing that writing the draft, Alan, now you'll have more information on which direction to go instead of really vague goals and objectives, and then being hit with a draft that says things that you've never seen before. So in my mind, it makes more sense to have these conversations now with goals and objectives than waiting for Alan to write a draft and then rewriting a draft. So I'm open to hearing all of this, and I'm also open to saying that's not feasible. We'll be legally challenged immediately if we say that. So, but I guess I'm not understanding completely the timeline of when this is implemented. If we say we would like to have someone monitoring sediment levels, at what point, you know, can a group come in and say, you're not monitoring well enough? And how do we protect ourselves from that? How do we ensure that we are maintaining and improving water quality, but not opening ourselves to lawsuits immediately? Because I would like to do the maximum to protect in this growth policy.
I guess like, and just for mine, but I go back to what Alan always said at the beginning of these sessions, which the growth policy is a regulatory document. And when we enact zoning regulations, when we enact other regulations, we go to the growth policy for guidance. So if one of our goals, just extremely general goal, right, is to protect water quality. If we're implementing a regulation, we'll go back to the growth policy. How does this regulation satisfy the growth policy? So, I mean, I totally understand wanting to protect the environment as much as possible, and I commend this group for, you know, the thought you've given to this. But it is, again, a regulatory document that we will come back to when we enact other regulations that are more specific to what we're trying to accomplish in protecting the environment. So I guess that's the guidance I would give.
I would suggest maybe slightly different take on it. And growth policies aren't regulatory guidance. But what they do is provide the legal nexus between the policy goals and provide a legal basis for land use regulation.
Well, I know, but the Montana Supreme Court has said they're regulatory documents, understanding that that's what they do. So, I mean, you have to comply with them, but I think in light of the growth policy, you're looking at the broader picture. And again, if you guys want to, I'm like, Alan, I don't have a horse in this race. If you guys want to get very specific, my caution is if you don't do that, it's going to come back and haunt you in some way, shape, or form. Exactly as you said, Whitney. What if somebody comes in and says, okay, you say you're gonna monitor sediment, you're not doing a good enough job, or you're just not doing it.
But I want us to know by the same, you know, other side of the coin, that once this is done and because it's my understanding that then we're just out of the picture, off to go splash in the lake and build homes and create sediment. So I want to know that somebody is looking at what's happening with BNSF, looking at what's happening with construction. And it doesn't have to be in this policy, something, you know, completely specific, but I want it to be specific enough to have some teeth,
Madam
to
Chair?
hold this.
You know, I want to get away from the, you know, there is this idea that this is it, right? And after this, we're done, but that's not true. This is what drives all of our regulations, our work programs, our policies, so, water quality regulations. So, the idea that once the growth policy is done, we lose all control isn't true.
No, not you, us.
Well, you too, because regulations, zoning, water quality all come to you, don't they, before they go to the council?
Anything in the zoning code, that
Right.
gets implemented, not necessarily stuff in the public works
To the
engineering
board
standard,
first.
but I mean,
It was my understanding that we would kind of, once this is complete, what is the role of our board?
The regulate, like when we did the landscape code, when I worked on the landscape code 3 years ago, the landscape code came to the planning commission first, and you worked on, there were several work sessions where you made comments on the landscape code, which is how we implemented one part of it, and then it eventually went to the council, so the regulations, the work programs, those things, well, not the work programs, but the regulations will come in front of you. So this is only the big picture driving what the more specific things are in the future.
What about things like that come now before the Board of Adjustment? Would that continue?
absolutely. Variances,
So variances,
yeah, there'll be other things that come before you guys, but
Yeah, you guys kind of are the board of adjustment right now. So don't think that this is the end of the
Right.
process, for better or for worse.
The difference with-
Yeah, it's.
The difference with MRUPA is that after this and the regulations are done, when the regulations are done, the regulations have to allow by right processing, right? So the zoning, instead of having conditional, it really comes down to having conditional uses. The idea of conditional uses goes away and things have to be by right. Stop me if I'm wrong, Angie.
Right.
But all the regulatory things, nothing changes. The difference with MLUPA is the conditional uses go away. Basically, right?
And possibly PUDs as well.
And possibly, that's the difference. Right, but everything else is still the same, building permits, regulations, that all is the same. It's just a conditional use, public hearing for specific uses is what goes away.
So and that's why when the zoning regulations come to you guys after the growth policy is done, you'll really have the opportunity or the responsibility, depending on how you look at it, to craft those in a way that will give the city what they want when a project comes in. Because right now, of course, we're looking at a CUP, a PUD, individually, but I mean, that will be something that you guys will have the opportunity to do, is to craft those zoning regulations in a way, to protect, well, the environment, protect people's personal property rights. So you're not at the end yet.
Thanks for that clarification.
another thing to
Okay,
think about is, the growth policy is a big document. There'll be multiple chapters that have goals and policies and implementation items. And there'll be a long list of implementation items, and that's a 20-year plan, so I mean, obviously they'll be prioritized on the ones that need to get done first, but some things may not get implemented for many, many years. I mean, even our existing growth policies, there's things that, are just getting implemented or even haven't been because they were a low priority and a lot of other things going on. Obviously, there's a bunch of stuff that are the priority things that get implemented. So whenever there's a goals and policy and implementation thing, it just depends on the budget, the city council will have to do things, whether or not we have staff to do them. There's a lot of factors that go into the implementation and when things get implemented.
That's why I've been trying to stave off this idea that after this happens, we're gonna lose control of where development happens, for instance. But that's all a factor of zoning, right? Where you and the council are gonna decide where land uses are distributed and what types. That comes after this. This just has a general goal saying development should be compatible with your surrounding neighborhood. And then when we craft the zoning regulations, we're working on trying to figure out how to do that. I think that's sort of,
It's just easy to get sidetracked in detail of things when we're really trying to stay 100-foot view, big picture. Looking at, we all agree on the goal, we want to protect the water quality and we get, argue about the details of what we can or can't do as a city. This is our city growth policy is what, city staff can do and what the council can do and what's within our legal right and ability to do under law, different laws, federal laws, state laws. And so, we have to figure out what's our responsibility, what other agencies can do, what other outside things like Whitefish Lake Institute, how we can partner them. Maybe we can look at ways to, encourage additional funding for Whitefish Lake Institute to continue to monitor things. Those are the types of things that are achievable. Trying to monitor the amount of sediment that comes off of every construction site in the city, that is not an achievable thing that we can do and anyone could do, or any city can do. Very
Okay, I
difficult.
think I can solve the monitoring or tracking of land development problem first of all, limit it to, sites over 1%. And change shall to may, so the city of Whitefish may obtain information on development activities on sites over 10%. So as long as it's a may, the city has full discretion, no lawsuit is possible. So I think that takes care of it.
And then I
And
guess,
also, I'm dubious of any connection between sediment caused on a hillside above Whitefish Lake up on Big Mountain, say, and connecting that to the sediment that actually goes into the lake. That seems difficult to connect up. It would be difficult to prove in court. So I'm dubious about this, but I think it's important to make some kind of tracking of land disturbance on the hillsides.
Again, from a, say, practical matter, you understand that 95% of the hillsides that drop in to the Whitefish Lake are not within the city of Whitefish. I can't do anything about that. The city can't do that, and we don't even have, that's not even an option. Even if we wanted, it's not an option. And we come, and so in terms of our growth policy with respect to the city of Whitefish, I would probably agree with you if, given that we don't have hillsides that directly drop into the city of into the lake per se, we really don't.
After the annexation, you might, right?
Annexation of what?
Big Mountain.
I think that's pretty distant in terms of where sediment could come off of the mountain.
That's the problem. So maybe we should just strike this section, you know? Seems to be causing problems.
Yeah.
And I'm here to be practical.
No, I am. I get it. And I get the concern. I guess again, we're talking about implementation of a goal, which is to identify and mitigate styptic leachate and other contaminants into the Whitefish Lake and upper Whitefish Lake.
When you say strike this section, you're saying strike the whole water quality section? Because if that's the case,
No.
then
No, just,
The proposed,
3A.
Well, after looking over this, both John's and what we've got, I think that what we have here, there's 16 objectives written out there. They pretty much cover all relevant circumstances. And to me, beyond that is getting into weed detail. And once you start getting into details, in certain cases, you're gonna find one, they're gonna miss another one over here, miss one there. And I think that this, John's document here is going to turn what is a 2-page document of objectives into a 7, 8, or 10-page document of objectives that are gonna be so focused that
oh,
it's
I
gonna
guess,
be difficult.
and I don't work, what is the, I don't have. What John's presented here is food for future actions, in my view. How do we codify this so that, or accompany this with, okay, in conjunction with these goals, these are things this group thought we ought to consider as ways to possibly implement, or something to that effect, so that at least we don't lose this without having to incorporate it directly into the growth policy. Does that make sense?
it makes sense. I mean, again, I guess it would come down to implementation, right?
Right, no, but what I'm suggesting is assume with me, if you will, that we agree that, okay, these goals and objectives, as you've outlined here, yours is perfect. What we want, or what I'm hearing is Because a lot of this stuff, I think, is implementing stuff that is theoretically part of these goals, but it's their implementation, so they're for further actions in terms of creating zoning and regulations to implement these things. It seems to me we ought to have these things somehow available when we begin to consider action items to implement these goals and objectives. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, on the detailed stuff, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
if you look through the Alan's comments, you know, specifically item by item on John's comments, you know, we outlined the things that we could implement into here as a goal and objective and things that are out of our purview. But, you know, some of the more detailed things, and I think that's one of the things that we'll have to come up with as we, you know, complete these chapters, are what are the implementation items? That's something the board's gonna work on, and like how, are there specific things that we can, you know, we'll
Okay,
obviously
so
have a
that's
list
a
of
separate
suggestions.
discussion.
Yeah, that's not,
It's a separate action thing that when this is done, I hope,
yeah,
right?
Then we'll come back.
We'll be coming to you with a chart of implementation, who, short-term, medium-term, long-term, who are the entities that are responsible for this and what goals it's relating to.
The action plan.
That will be, yes. So this is our big picture, and then there'll be a chart probably with implementation that you're all saying, this is what we're gonna do,
Okay,
right?
much more detailed, and it's just, but until we get nailed down the goals and objectives, we can't even begin to put that together. We're not gonna spend our time on that, so.
and I guess I heard what you were saying, John, with the growth policy or the prior, and I had this discussion with Scott today. It's like, okay, I understand where they were coming from, saying it was, those things were way too general to figure out where they're going. I don't think we could argue that these are way too general and that nobody understands what we're talking about. And certainly if we accompany that with the action items or the implementation suggestions that we will get an opportunity to tabulate, I think that's probably a better way for us to ensure, given grow the growth policies, the other growth policy I've looked at, this is better. This is way better, more specific. It's more clear what we're talking about, what we want to get done. It's not amorphous, and I'm not reading it that way. But, and certainly once we get an opportunity to create a separate set of action items or suggested action items to implement this, I think that's where this all comes back in terms of ensuring that it goes forward, that we don't lose it, or there's no question about what the legislative history is.
As I've been writing this, and you know, you can look at the community plans for other communities and see like kind of pointless goals. Continue to work with blah, 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 right? As I've been writing this, because I've been on both sides, I've been long range and current planning, so notice like implementing. As I've been writing this, I've been trying to stay away from those kind of statements and make them specific enough that it's saying that we're going to do something. We just haven't specified what that is yet. But I've been trying very hard to not do those way overly general statements and saying, this is what we want to do. And when I can, I give little laundry lists. Here's some examples of what we're doing.
Yeah.
For exactly that reason.
No,
So we're looking ahead 20 years, and this is a living document. Water quality. We don't know what's gonna happen 5 years from now. For example, last year, the golf course consumed 35 million gallons of water from the lake. And the year before, it was 10% more. Was the fertilizer consistent between the 2 years, and what about the fallout? Who's measuring that? Has it increased, decreased? These are the variables that we're going to consider all, 5, 10 years down the road. We don't know. So we have backup plans just for that reason.
And also remember, when we say 20-year plan, it's a 20-year plan, but we're required to review it every 5 years. And right now, the way that I wrote it, because it's going with the other plan, it says 3 years. So by the time we've got this and the implementation done and all that, we're back here. I just got like
and this
kind of
will
stutter.
be part of that.
We're doing this again.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, this is kind of a continuous.
That's why I say it's a living document. It's gonna be changing because of the environment.
So it's not one and done, and that term doesn't work here.
So after this discussion, sorry, I want to say this quickly and then I don't want to say that none of what you've done should be incorporated into the objections. Objectives, because I think there may be some things that are specific that should be incorporated. So I would like to quickly go through. And that way we know that's pushed to an action item later. Everybody agrees, or that's something we all care deeply about and want it as an objective. Specify, like we just added a little bit to a phrase that Alan had. Now it's more comprehensive. Now it has more teeth. And we can move on. So I don't think just because some of these are specific that we should discount and say, wait, because somewhere between goals and objectives and drafts and action items, we're gonna have to have these discussions. And I would just rather do it now with it in front of us on goals and objectives than later after we miss it or we go a completely different direction because we haven't talked about it. So do you guys want to take a vote on whether we go through this more specifically, or can everyone just say yes or no? Are you guys happy to keep going through?
I guess I'll offer this predicate. At least we have to take one policy, I think the way to move forward is take the current staff recommended objectives lists that we've got here and all that go all the way through. Are there things from John's redraft or reorganization that we can fit in here that makes sense?
That makes sense. Yeah.
If there are, great. If there aren't, on these, we've decided, but we have to figure out, rather than reorganizing the objectives, I think we gotta start with one draft to the other. I think the other next start is, let's deal with this, the Allen's draft or current draft,
And incorporate.
and incorporate anything that's from here that can fit, or add another goal if we want to, but I think that'll be a way to get us to move forward. So, you know, if sedimentation's an issue, okay, where do we talk about sedimentation here or something like that, or do we add the word sedimentation that we're gonna monitor that? I mean, that's kind of the way I think we could move forward, but we have to start, I think we gotta start with the current draft and add to it, as opposed to a complete rewrite. And try to figure out, okay, do we want to do it this way or do we want to do it that way?
Okay.
That's not either. or.
Right, no, I think
It's a vote.
and for that matter, if we decided we wanted to start with this, you know, this base that John put together, that would be fair, but then we got to figure out how to get everything that's in the current draft or make sure it's addressed. So my preference is, at least the way I've operated with documents from here to city council, is we start with this one, what needs to be changed in city draft that gets whatever we missed, theoretically missed, it's here, that can we put in it? I think that's a better way to work through it. Okay, are we okay with A? Yes, okay, are we okay with B? Well, I'd like to add, yeah, that's the way that would be my approach to it. And I think that's the way we could work through it. We can't go section by section if we're not talking about the same section.
Okay, so we have the staff version and we're all pretty familiar with that.
Right.
And at some point, it seems like we need to go through my list of things that we might
Sure.
add.
Where do you
to
want-
it.
where do you
And
want- where
This
do you
is
want-
structured as adding to the staff version, although I did divide it into sediments, nutrients, and storm drain.
Right.
So there are three categories under which we see objectives. But ultimately, I think we need to discuss each of these and see what we come up with.
Right.
And it may take some time.
Yeah, so you start with the first thing and then we'll refer back to the staff draft and then also to your proposed and
Well-
come together.
Yeah, these are just additions to the staff draft.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so. B, the city of Whitefish may perform scientific studies and data gathering as authorized by city council. That's a may never happen, may never be funded. So I don't, suppose that's very confusing. The next one is important, threats. So sites and activities identified as threats to Whitefish Lake or Whitefish River shall be monitored. And if violations are detected, important action, I changed it to may take place. So, monitored. Instead, monitored implies taking samples, and so let's say tracked,
Okay, sorry, I'm a little bit,
we're at 3D.
so if we are,
Or 3D,
we're looking at your 3D
that's
and that
what Al did.
that would correspond to what on the staff draft?
Well, the staff draft goes,
To-
you'll notice that the next 3 pages are all red. So there are things I added. And then the staff draft has 7 things at the end, or 8 things at the end. So the whole middle was added.
So the staff draft originally had one goal and
16.
A through P. of
No. Are you referring to the one that's like all marked up with my comments all over it?
Yeah, your comments in
Actually
the.
draft one goal and a bunch of policies.
Yeah,
Objective.
so the reason why is because the first objective says no land maintenance or land disturbance project shall cause soil erosion, chemical contamination, sedimentation, nutrient loading, stormwater discharge. So that takes care of the nutrients for septic, sedimentation, and then all the rest of these goals. We're just breaking it into different sections. It's not a deal killer, but that's not the way all the rest of the formatting of this plan has worked. We're already addressing all those things, and then we're listing general objectives of how we do that. So we don't quite understand why we're breaking it up, because much of what we have was duplicative. It's already there. We're also don't want to make this overly complicated. It's already there. Right? I guess you can break it up, but it's, again, doesn't format like anything else in the growth policy. Then we want to go back, I guess, and start reformatting anything else.
I don't think at all it means that we need to reformat everything else. I think it means, do we want to think of the water quality section as 3 separate ways to protect water quality? Or do we want to think of it as one goal of water quality and objectives under that? I can see both sides for writing, especially I can see wanting one goal and objectives to obtain that. Cause you want one goal for water quality, and that's to have good water quality, right?
I think
And then-
that sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair.
No, that's,
I think everything we wrote captures what we believe we can. The stuff that we didn't add here, we believe either we should do it or we can't do it, like monitoring 303 compliance. That's a federal issue. Not something we can do.
but you could monitor.
We have the providing public access, but a perfect example is identifying threats to whitefish and violations are detected, enforcement actions shall take place. We don't have jurisdiction over the lake. How are we gonna do that? How are we gonna enforce it? We can enforce our building permits if somebody is not complying with their building permits and they're not doing their water quality, we already enforce that. But if we've got a 2-stroke engine and the lake is dropping gas in there, how do we enforce that?
Well, I think we're not talking about enforcement anymore, right? What we're talking about is, identifying, my whole concern here boils down to one thing. Is, if we have some kind of a baseline for the water quality of Whitefish Lake, that against which we can measure, the impacts of, call it growth, not by point source or anything else, but cumulatively. If we can monitor the changes in the lake that are a result from, activity, and there doesn't seem to be anything in here that requires us to do that.
What Pacific Institute does that on an annual basis.
But
And they publish it. Okay, and there's a recommendation and we're able to continue to work with.
do we contract with them for that?
That's why I'm saying much of this is duplicative. It's either we're already doing it or we can't do it.
Right. I guess I'm kind of stuck on is that, again, your objective A seems to capsulize what our goal is said, our policy is, which is, it shall be policy of Leipzig that no land maintenance or land disturbance, public or private, shall cause soil erosion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's our policy.
I have to Google Castle Wise. I have no idea what that word even means.
That's just way too vague. There is no connection between that statement and, septic leaching going into the lake. In the mind of a citizen who's trying to figure out this, you can't draw any kind of conclusion from the general, goal. There have to be objectives showing how we get there. As we did that, should be much more specific
Identify
and
and mitigate
measured.
septic leachate.
Yeah, we did have an objective, so nutrient is basically what mostly, well, not always, but we actually added a specific objective about identifying and mitigating septic leachate contamination. Right, that's a new goal that we added from your draft.
Yeah,
Well,
and I have a section on that, which we haven't gotten to, but,
And much of that section is out of our purview because of the county.
no, if septic leachate is coming into Whitefish Lake from Lion Mountain, that's a water pollution trespass. The city can bring an action, and if it chose to, the city is not helpless. It would be expensive, and certainly it should be within the discretion of the council, but the city can act. And likewise, if somebody's polluting the lake from a boat out on the lake and the city is in the lakes, the lake is in the city's boundaries, seems like something could be done there.
the answer is, we do not have the authority. Fish, Wildlife and Parks has the authority over the surface of that lake. We've incorporated the floor of the lake, not the water in the lake.
Yeah, state owns the waters.
Yeah.
But this is activity on top of the water. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
Just to complicate it more, we actually only control the shoreline, DNRC, that's the lake bottom. So it's DNRC. and Fish, Wildlife, Sure. We can only control what happens on the shoreline.
Yeah.
Only to the high water mark over the ground.
Between the low and high
It's
water?
in city limits because we annexed it, but we
Right.
have no control. I mean, and DNRC made that very clear to us way back before my time when we annexed. It's still ours, what they said.
Okay,
So essentially what your comments are wanting to do and what I think all of us want to do is have transparent and open communication between these regulatory bodies and the city and any enforcement mechanism. So the more specific objectives are reaching to identify how we would know that there's a water pollutant, sediment, nutrient, and then also to identify the body that would enforce. So how do we know and how do we enforce? And now it's a policy question of, do we want that to be in the goals and objectives, or is that something that we discuss and then it gets kicked down to the draft and the action items? I feel like that's where we are. Do we
Very
need
good.
this
Very-
in
seems fair.
objectives?
Great summary, Vicky.
And I appreciate that you have put it in one spot and have now, we have to make that choice. Is this something that we want to say, Alan, thank you for writing very generally, and we would like to be more specific? Or do we say we have the specifics part of them now, and we will contain those in one spot and deal with them later. So what is the idea of the board? Can we have some general comments on, do we want to continue to be specific in these objectives?
Well, I go for being more specific, but abbreviating. And, with the land development monitoring, we ran into a lot of practical problems. Don't want this to be impractical. But I think we should be a bit more specific, abbreviate it a bit, and, keep these as objectives.
The other thing that I think about, if they are in there, we talked about having whatever this board recommends to staff as guidance, separable in a way that's visually easy for the council when they review this to say, these were board suggestions, these were staff suggestions, so that there's a basis for dialogue about what the city council wants to do ultimately.
That's a good point. So it needs to be something you can look at one and look at the other and not say, I'm so confused about bubbles and red line. So I think that's what this comes down to. How do we present what we want to present to city council that makes sense for them? So they can decide, yes, we like this. You guys went line by line and we appreciate that, or this is a mess and we don't go through it. We choose,
In other words, we don't want a rubber stamp. So.
Exactly. And so that's why we are going line by line, but it does become into the weeds to go line by line, keeping in mind that we also have the staff report in front of us.
And we also added a bunch of John's stuff in there, those B through E are all things that came out of his comments.
Yeah.
That we incorporated into the draft. Or Alan did,
Yeah,
Oh,
so I mean, the
They're
best
really
that we
strong.
could, and we haven't really gone over those in specifics, but they cover a lot of the things that his concerns were.
And likewise, in the last week or so, I've seen several things on this red line that I put okay by. So we'll get to those, maybe.
do you want to finish stepping through these?
I'll try to go, well, next one is, the Water Quality Information Center. We talked about that. I don't propose that it be onerous, maybe it should be rewritten, but the last line, as I changed it, the city may rely on the Whitefish Lake Institute if the WLI performs any function in these water quality objectives. So that means for the whole document, the city may rely on WLI if it already is doing what is an objective here.
I like that addition. I think it's a given. I think it helps with any legal issues where people say the city didn't do that, and we can go back and say WLI was already doing it.
This may rely, is that an objective? I mean, just in how we word objectives. That's the only thing I have a question about. We already have some stuff in there. It says continue to partner with Whitefish Lake Institute to address and monitor water quality, identify and address sources of contamination. To me, that covers that when it comes to, and what we added to the previous goal about information, I mean, I think covers that as well. But I mean, we're just trying to eliminate redundancies.
Right. My reading of that, my immediate, lawyer in me said, continue to part with Whitefish Lake Institute or other entities. So that we don't have to rely just on them. We can rely on others, or we can partner with somebody else.
Yeah, they might back down after you.
Yes. So I say continue to partner with or other entities, to address and monitor. I mean, I think that would be, okay, that's something we can do. It's general enough, and I think it addresses some of that. Anyway, if I were.
Flathead Lakers or whatever, I mean,
Exactly.
tires or whatever, yeah.
I, on a personal level, I would propose that we amend section B or add to section B, continue to partner with Whitefish Lake Institute or other, entities, to address and monitor. I think that.
And the next one is E, on the next page, city may request funds to perform studies in furtherance of the above goals. These objectives do not require the city to analyze water samples or conduct scientific studies. So maybe this, my thought was that maybe the city can get funds that Whitefish Lake Institute might not be able to get to. So this is another may, it's discretionary with the city. They may request funds. So then,
We can anyway, so.
We can only do that, though. We can go to council and say, hey, the council wants us to do something, and then we ask for the funds, right?
Right,
We already
Talk
do that.
about grants.
We can already, if the council decides they want to study something, we could get a grant or we could allocate the money in the budget to do that.
so should we tell the public that this is available in the form of an objective? If not, I can strike.
so you're suggesting that the objective be that the city should look for and search out grants for funding. Is that what you're
May
suggesting?
request
Protect
funds.
the water quality.
Yeah,
Okay. We can request one. That's not a question. What I understand you're saying is a goal might be, or an objective might be that the city direct the city seek out such funds as federal or other funds that might be available to assist in the study or monitoring of.
so we should say should request? I just left it as may.
Yeah.
May, yeah, may cover, it allows it. All right. So next one is, City of Whitefish Shell Trap.
Where are we with that? Sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
If we're gonna,
Where are
do
we?
we want to add that?
Adding some sort of objective, if they are, please tell me what it is.
I didn't understand.
He,
I missed,
he wants to
Well,
define,
before we move on to the next thing, it sounded like you were going down.
the city may request or may seek funds.
I'm putting it up here on the screen, so I'll rewrite it however you want, if that's what you wanna do.
So we can add this as objective as reworded? Is that the question?
Or I don't know if there's a place in
I was
there.
adding a new objective.
Yeah.
Yes,
well, it's, we're rewording the one at the top of page 9.
to add as a new
Page nine
objective.
of what? Your page nine?
This, yeah.
Second
Yeah.
page.
Continue to partner with
The
Whitefish
nine
Lake, that one.
green.
No, so the
No.
city may request funds, so it's E on the, it's numbered page 9. I mean, it's not page 9, but it's numbered page 9 on this red line draft. The very top.
It's the green on the left.
I don't know,
Right, I see that. I'm trying
I wish we had a copy of this without the comments on the side. And they-
Okay, well, this is,
Redlined and better.
So this is here, I've already written this up. And I have like our version, I have two versions, I have his version red marked as a separate version, I can just copy and paste stuff over. Right, and so that right there, now I'll put into this document is as he wrote it, if we wanna change that.
It is the seek funds to perform study.
Dana's raising her hand. I'm gonna let her speak.
Hi, guys. I just want to be clear, this is something that deals with our city finances. And if you're putting it in this section, you need to put the same language in every section. We might be seeking grant funding. So I get worried about putting something about seeking funds or grant funding just in one section, because it might lead to believe when we get to hazards, say fire mitigation, we already have our mitigation plan that says we're going to be looking for grant funding. Are you going to put something about this in all sections where we would potentially need grant funding to get the objectives done? And so I just want to give that input that when it comes to the financing of how to complete the goals, we need to be consistent in all sections if we're going to add something about funding.
Good point.
So
That
can we
makes sense.
kind of put a placeholder in here and say, add language about funding per this section? So I don't know what that would be for every section, but if we're going to put some funding, the city may seek funding to, like, that could be the last item objective of every section. The city may seek funding to further these objectives, but is not bound to
So when you be a
Something.
page under, at the bottom of every section.
exactly specific to that section. But I don't think we have to figure out that wording right now. Maybe better if we don't figure it out for every section now.
I guess my concern is that we already can, regardless of whether or not it's
Yeah.
effective. I mean, it's kind of repetitive to say the city may seek grant funding for the environment, for fire mitigation, for what, I mean, we can do that anyway. So I guess it's like, again, how, that's always gonna be a city objective. For anything, like David said, for any of these chapters, it's always gonna be a city objective to seek grant funding or other types of funding to fulfill our goals. So I guess that's just my concern. I guess there's no harm in putting in there. It just
Then
doesn't.
again, you're saying it's duplicative.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
What's it get us? It's what I'm saying. I'm trying, I mean, we're back to where I was responding to what Frank said, is I'm trying to have stuff that's objective and then stuff that realistically we could do. But there's certain things, it's like, what does it get us, right? And I
What
think,
was your hope?
what does it get us, right? We can only do that.
Well, it raises awareness and, increases a sense of importance of water quality. So there's all these things that we can do, are a demonstration to the public that, yeah, the city is really interested in water quality and we can do this, and this. And yes, I guess this section is done elsewhere, but nobody knows that. So it's good to put it in there for the public purpose. So this growth policy, really does seem to emphasize water quality. It's more emphasis than anything else, I suppose.
It's a positive emphasis. It doesn't point out a problem. I mean, that's part of the tone of the growth policy, right? These are opportunities. At least that,
When you, and lawyers in this room know this, if you're inclusive, that means you're exclusive. So by mentioning it as inclusive, you're also excluding things we might otherwise do. So I don't particularly think. I think that the statement, continue to partner with Whitefish Lake Institute and other entities to address and monitor water quality. That in and of itself says that we're committed to this thing, and partner with, that means seek funding, seek assistance, so I think it says there, if you want to say, continue to partner with and others, including looking for or, grant funding or federal government funding, again, that's given to what we do is for a living around here. And always have, quite frankly. So, but yeah, like
Right, is that given to the citizenry? Do they assume that, or do they need to be informed of that?
it's a good point.
I mean, that's something we could have in the narrative.
Yeah,
People are reading that rather than the goals and objectives. We're really trying to avoid redundancy and.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So, yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't, that was, okay, and to address Dana's point, maybe we put that in the preamble that.
yeah,
To.
City will continue
We
to
will
look
seek-
at goals.
We will
Yeah.
seek funding from it, at whatever level we can to assist in these things. That way it covers everybody and then,
Yes.
it covers the whole thing. And that would be, on the funding issue, might be something I would certainly think would handle it. I don't,
well, it also sounds very positive.
we could even, the alternatives is if we do it at the beginning or at it covers all sections. That's easy. Otherwise, we have to be pretty meticulous about adding it to every single section. That's my only. That is my only.
In preamble.
Right.
Yeah, so what we're saying is, we pull it out of this section, just put it in some sort of a preamble for the whole plan.
Right.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is in the whole growth policy.
Right.
Yes,
As something that the city will endeavor to do with respect to all of these all goals, objectives. We will, as usual, not just rely on city taxpayers, we will look for other ways to fund, whatever language makes sense. So that the public would know if that's something we do as a regular
keep
course of
that,
business anyway.
keep that in your library of things to add later.
So, we've dealt with that one. Okay, what's the next one we got?
City of Whitefish shall track 303D compliance. We talked about that. This is just obtaining the records relating to it. And I think the middle part could be eliminated to make it shorter. And then the last sentence is a report on the facts leading to the listings and probable sources shall be prepared. I've heard a lot of information on PCBs in the lake, but it'd be good to have a report on what is known about the probable sources. A serious matter, we should have a report somewhere. Maybe it's been done already.
Do you have any information on that? If it's somewhere in the DEQ website that we can link to, similarly to linking to reporting for BNSF or any of that?
The Whitefish Lake has to do that.
I don't know that they sample for contaminants like PCBs.
Would they, that's probably
PCBs are
wouldn't
also
complain.
basically produced by dry cleaners. I'm not aware of any dry cleaner. We get.
Well, didn't it come from the railroad? Builds over the years? I don't know.
Well, you create so, I mean, I don't know,
Okay.
but
There was some of that in the groundwater, they did some of the soil testing in the railway district because there was old laundries in there and stuff, but.
it seems to me like we shouldn't be getting a complete free ride on the Whitefish Lake Institute either, or for additional requests. And I don't know much about what the contract we have with them is. But so, I mean, some of these monitoring activities, if we called them out for the Whitefish Lake Institute, I'm sure that if it was part of their contract, they would, if it calls for additional monitoring, they could do it.
Again, that's an implementation. I think the idea, we're gonna continue to partner with the Whitefish Lake Institute and other entities to address and monitor quality and identify and address sources of contamination. Kind of covers the waterfront.
It really doesn't, as the members of the public who read it and can't connect that general statement with PCBs. We need to have something,
Okay.
one sentence on PCBs maybe,
Well, then,
but
let's
let's add it to the awareness.
But then we're, okay, I'm drafting. To continue to identify and address sources of contamination, including, but not limited to, PCBs, and give me 5 others,
Or such as PCBs.
including but not limited to, language would work, I think would satisfy, rather than having a whole separate section identifying, okay, we're gonna do this, and this.
Well,
If you want to identify PCBs, that's fine.
this is 5 pages on water quality.
Right.
I think water quality is worth that.
Well, it is, but if you understand, again,
I'm happy to rewrite
Fine.
and restructure.
all I'm suggesting, John, is that many of these things are the devil's in the details. What we're trying to do now is get some items here that we can follow up with the details on. And so, at least the way I read it, again, we're trying to craft a directional, general document so that we understand what we need. And so I think it would be perfectly appropriate for us to simply add to the end of Alan's B here, including but not limited to PCBs or whatever else you wanted, or fireworks or anything else you wanted to add to that in terms of what we're gonna do, and we're gonna partner with people to continue to monitor that.
Well, we don't know what's gonna be a pollutant 5 years from now.
Included but not limited.
Yes, exactly.
That's my suggestion in terms of addressing that, or incorporating it in short order in here.
So to add that to Alan's B.
Yeah, we have a big dialogue about PCBs in the chapter in the beginning of this.
Okay.
So we talk about, how it's not listed and PCBs are a source, all in the background data on this.
Right.
And that's why we have a general goal, because there's all kinds of different contaminants in the lake.
Right.
They're all talked about in the body of the chapter. I don't know that we need to maybe put them all back in the thing, because that contaminants covers all of those different things without having to specifically call them out. We have a whole thing here that talks all about that PCB section. That's a paragraph long. That's in the growth policy. It's the specific
not an
detail.
object-
That's where.
Right? I mean, it's not an objective. It's a bunch of information, which is
The
not.
objective is to address the contaminants and identify them.
Yeah.
Well, the city of Whitefish shall track
think so.
303D
No.
compliance. That's obtaining documents, which maybe the Whitefish city does not have at this time. So,
Yeah, that are all,
That's EPA.
overstepping on the EPA now.
no, there's the Freedom of Information Act. These are all public records. Anybody can request them, and our lake is important. We should request them.
So
Yeah.
that, I guess that the nexus here of, do we have a water quality site that would list all of this, or do we not? That's what's happening with a lot of these things, is in the beginning, we talked about having a totally separate water quality site or department. And now if we're not gonna move toward that, then how do we say list, or where do we list, or can we incorporate that language of PCBs into B and then make it cohesive without listing everything, like such as but not limited to? Is that sufficient, or do we need a separate objective on that?
Well, I think a separate objective would be for the city of Whitefish to track 303D compliance. That's separate. It's a separate activity. Requests to the federal government for records, maintaining those records, making them public somehow. So I see it as separate.
Separate. So I guess from the city's perspective, asking the city of Whitefish to do that, saying that the city of Whitefish will do that, is that feasible? Is that something that is achievable to us?
Question. Most of this, 9% of this is gonna fall on Craig, right?
I wasn't saying that, but.
When you retire,
The lake also becomes entirely public works. But yeah, I mean, an annual data request to EPA. Then put it on the website. I mean, yeah, that's not
Not difficult.
super overreaching.
Okay.
It's just, not once it's in the report, then. Not gonna be as easy as it seems, though. I mean, again, if you guys want that as a objective, whatever, I think it's fine, realizing that it might not get done, because we might not have the staff time to do it.
Okay, I guess that's the big disconnect, is like, once a year, it's not that hard, and then it might not get done, so that's where we need to meet on this. If we're gonna write it, then it'll have to get done.
Yeah.
And I guess that's kind of what we want. If we put it as an objective, we're saying, this is important, we want it to get done, make it happen. So that's why we're going through this. But at the same time, asking, is that something that is at all possible? Is it something that will be listed on a website reflecting what the EPA has provided, or is it a link to a search through the EPA? Something so easy.
Yeah, and that's,
Okay.
actually,
Yeah,
I mean, I think just requesting all the records from the EPA, does it sound easy? No, it's not gonna be easy, it's gonna be time consuming, and again, if that's what you guys want, that's fine, but you have to realize that, everybody knows that the city has limited resources. And all the things we want done, in any realm, are not going to get done because we have to allocate our resources. So I think you guys have to decide too, what's really important to you guys.
Yeah.
What do you really want done? Would it be nice to have it done? Yes. But you kind of have to, part what is feasible for city staff as we are staffed. And realize that, you know, the more staff we add, more taxpayer dollars they spend. So I think it's just a delicate balance for you guys.
Yeah, this
Tracking what
is.
we truly want. I mean, the whole thing's a delicate balance.
Yeah, and remembering that this is a draft of goals and objectives.
Yeah.
And I would much rather us include something now and then as we come into the draft, say, that's not feasible, we've looked into it, we have to remove it. But I think it's better to include it now than not and lose it somewhere
Yeah.
in the ether of what was that thing that we kind of wanted but forgot. So I would say leave that for now, Alan, that's my thinking.
Leave what?
Leave the language about PCBs but I think you said the first sentence and the last sentence is what,
I don't have.
Are we saying that we're saying such as, we're saying monitor and identify and just sources of contamination such as PCBs, is that what you're saying? Up here.
They're not modifying the goal.
Such as PCBs,
Or other, like that, or contaminants as defined here and above, if you wanna do it that way.
is what I've highlighted here, is that what we're talking about?
I think what John is saying is that we keep F as an objective,
section, yeah,
a section separate and not modify as Frank suggested.
not added to be.
Not added to B. That Whitney says if we include that in, that's not final, we can come back and visit that if we need to.
The tracking 303, so you're saying as written.
The first sentence of F and the
This-
last sentence of F.
The first and last sentence of F, right, so we try pasting that in.
Who's that?
John's F.
John's F.
So. Let's see. Okay. So the track, okay,
And then in B, you can eliminate,
so like that,
Yes,
that's what we're saying?
yes.
We should see
but
that.
now, do we need the part about the PCBs in the previous letter B?
Probably not.
So we're talking about here,
303D compliance with regard to what?
Yeah, so just leave it at.
Generally, it's all 303 compliance citywide, every instance of that. I mean, that's a pretty vague. Is it specific to Whitefish Lake water quality?
Well, and what I crossed out, I was
River.
referring to PCBs and oil and grease. So that's what they're out of
Timber
compliance
site,
for.
is it? BNSF's other sites around the city where they have contamination?
Well, it says PCB Lake is not compliant for PCBs and mercury. And Whitefish River is not compliant for PCBs and oil and grease. So that sentence is why that objective would be there. Without that sentence, that chunk of the middle of the F, it seems like, why would we care about 303? But then once you know, we're not in compliance on this.
Goals, something that encapsulates something we already talked about.
Yeah,
The lake and PCBs.
so that's
You
mentioned.
have to re-educate on the goal. It should be general. that
Yeah, no.
refers Back to it.
I think the first and last
Structure.
sentence is good. The way it was.
Specific to what has to probably somehow have some language that refers back to that, because who knows how many different 303 contamination things are citywide. I mean, I don't know what EPA's got. But might not just be the water in the lake.
Might be nice to know.
I mean, there's a lot of
If
old
we're out-
gas stations. and things
We're
like
out of
that.
compliance on a lot of
Yeah, a
that.
lot of stuff's been kept.
right,
going.
can we track 303 compliance? How does that work?
I don't know, I haven't done it. Again, it's an EPA regulation, it's not something the city regulates, so I'm sure I could talk to somebody at EPA and figure out how to get this report on an annual basis, but
There's a lot of sites, once you cap it, put concrete or asphalt over it, then they no longer monitor or do anything, but that's
As I'm,
the mitigation method, having dealt with brownfield and things.
as I'm reading this thing, a 303D listed water is a body of water determined to be impaired or threatened by the Montana Department of Environmental Quality. In other words, 303D is just referring to a body of
Body
water,
of water that's impaired.
yeah, but it doesn't say how much impairment.
well, it depends. There's a whole list of TMDLs, total maximum daily loads that
Yeah, let's
the
list further.
EPA creates and the states are then required to enforce. And so PCBs are one TMDL.
Yeah.
You know, it's anything from nutrients like phosphorus and nitrogen to polychlorinated biphenyls. Haven't been made in a long time, but they stay in the ground forever, so.
So is essentially what we're trying to do is make the Whitefish Lake and the river not 303D listed water.
That's the goal. The objective is to track it and to have a report available so that people know,
That says it.
and by people, the public
Okay.
and people who can
Yeah, all right.
help do
And we
something
can
about it.
simplify it by just tracking 303D non-compliant. Just the ones where it's out of compliance. Not track everything.
So that's something that potentially we can look into, see how possible to create either a link or some type of, maybe it's a spreadsheet that you can download quarterly or something. See if that's possible. If it's not, then we revamp this objective a bit and say, make available instead of track and report. Okay,
That sounds
so-
good to me.
All right, let's take a couple of minutes break, because now we've been here 2 hours. Just a few minutes, and then, we'll come back.
So, just so I'm clear with what we're stopping on, we're going to add an additional objective
To Allen's
to Allen's
from John's. That
from
was
John,
F on Allen's.
and it's gonna say effectively the city shall
Yes,
track 303D compliance,
exactly.
Non-compliance.
non-compliant.
All right, so we'll stop there
All right.
for a few minutes, and then we'll come back, reconvene,
Cool.
and finish up this, and then move on to hazards and fire.
John, you checked into the hazards department?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you all.
So you guys, I have like an analogy in my head, maybe it's wrong. But when I talk about goals and objectives. I would think my goal is to, be a healthier Scott, right? And then objectives would be walk 10,000 steps as a way,
Implementation. But,
well,
so I mean, your goal would be, or your objective would be like,
You got any paint, water,
Exercise.
right?
develop exercise routines to become healthier. And then the implementation would be go do top 10,000 steps, because that's much more specific. So the objective is just a general way to accomplish the goal, but it's not the specific way to accomplish it. Or the overall, I mean, the objective, the overall goal is to be healthier. Then objective would be, here's one, like diet, exercise and whatever,
yeah,
you know, and little general objectives about that. The implementation would be how many times you're gonna, how many steps you're gonna do, or how many, what kind of food you're gonna eat or whatever, but. So I mean, it's you can't get too specific in the stuff, because it isn't regular, but regulatory. But the objectives are things that the city can do to accomplish these things.
Right, and
So in the
I mean,
practical
that's,
things that we aren't doing, that we can do, you don't wanna be redundant on the things you're already doing. You wanna do the things that you're not doing, that are practical and are achievable,
right,
and that's the bottom line, and, you know, that's where staff will try to stay away from doing things like where we're, telling the county what to do, or telling
yeah.
federal government what to do, or telling DEQ what to do. We can't control
No.
that stuff. We can only control what the city can do. And that's why we have objections to some of the goals, and objectives that specifically have us monitoring other agencies, which we have no power or control over.
Well, and I understand that, and so I'm trying to, clarify, my impression with, your professional interpretation and approach.
It's expensive.
Right, so what I read in this manual, growth manual, which is potentially outdated, but it says, that the growth policy is a document.
Okay, so we'll proceed without Phil for now, and he'll rejoin when he can. Welcome back. We had a short recess, and we are going to skip ahead in our agenda quickly because we have a member of the public with information to share, public comment on our item D, the hazards draft element. So Richard is going to quickly give us a few things that have not been incorporated in Alan's draft, so we can hear those before he leaves. And then we'll go back into item C, water quality. So Richard, you're recognized and you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, very much appreciate, your incorporation of just about all of the comments that I made along with FFRG, in the hazard section. I have very few comments. I really do wish that, you would, that in writing the discussion on risks and hazards, conform to that risk paper that the Forest Service produced called Hazards and Risks 101. Because defining fire risk and fire hazard, those have specific.
Are you referring to the most recent draft that was back there? Cause I actually used your language.
It starts out hazard risks. I'm not sure what hazard risks are. And maybe that's just a typo.
It was probably a typo then. It was me probably not understanding it.
So, and the very first,
Are we using just risks or hazards? I'm sorry.
and I'm just saying, at the very, very beginning, it says a hazard is a dangerous, a risk just changed. For the most part, changed hazards to risks, and then he developed, mitigations for hazards. Hazard mitigations. Anyway, but I trust you to take care of all of that. How's that? As far as I'm concerned. Just moving along very quickly, the major concern I have is, on page 4, that last paragraph, starting with the Big Mountain Fire District. Just a second, sorry.
Page 4, okay, yep, report Big Mountain Road,
Yeah,
okay.
and I think it's wrong to include anything about Haskell Basin as an evacuation route. Even though it's mentioned as a possible, could be developed. That may come up in that 3-year reevaluation, but right now, to send anyone or anyone to think they can escape a wildfire down the Haskell Road is to, I don't think I'm being too strong. It's a death trap. And there are 3 wooden bridges, all of which could burn up in an ember storm. And then people are stuck in the middle of a bad situation. So I would eliminate any discussion of Haskell Basin for now as a possible evacuation route. You all can talk about that after I leave, because my Firewise group on the North Fork meets early tomorrow morning.
Again, no vested interest in this. The issue was that many lots have been developed on Big Mountain with the understanding that's a secondary access. Not saying it's a good one. I'm not saying it's a good one.
Yeah.
So that's where we started. And why we ended up with the map, if you saw the map, the way it reads is it's not a preferred access. So we can cut all that out, but then we're throwing Big Mountain under the bus.
Yeah, I think if you talk to Ben Duval, he knows that.
I talked to him for an hour. That's where I got all this information,
Yeah,
right?
so,
He agrees with, I mean, but he mimics a lot of the stuff that you said.
and everyone in the Firewise group that I participate with, including our own fire department, recognizes that that's not. And
So we could delete everything and just say, Big Mountain has reported it's only feasible in hours and delete everything else, but, you know.
I mean, we didn't discuss the pros and cons of it in the paragraph, it's saying that it, even while it's listed as one, is not a great access and definitely should not be
this
relied
is a
upon. So.
decision for all of you. This is not my last bite at the apple, as I understand it, so.
I can ask one question. How would you feel as a goal? And I'm just gonna paraphrase this, it's not how it would be worded, but as a goal, that we will loop out Big Mountain, with, secondary access, period. That's our goal. I mean, it's
Loop out.
required in about, what,
I mean, we have a general goal, but be more specific, because we do have a goal like that. Sorry to interrupt you.
no, go ahead, please.
We
What
do
is-
have a goal like that about, there's a few different ones. One of them talks about the community wildfire protection plan, looking at evacuation routes. There was also something about assess existing and potential evacuation routes, particularly those on potential unpaved forest roads, to determine improvements or strategies that can improve egress and provide directional information. So, I mean,
okay, so I did see those. What I'm suggesting here for discussion only is, we know that the plan has, some regulatory effect. And that if we put a clearly stated goal that, that this secondary access will be constructed, it will be done, then and there are a number of, as I understand it, agencies that feel like that's mandatory before we continue building out up there, right?
so you're saying continue pursuing a secondary access for Big Mountain.
It's a goal.
There's an objective.
Yeah.
We've already had assess or upgrade infrastructure to increase safety before fire events occur, before. Or to use
So
your
we'll
concept.
do
It would
today.
be continue pursuing a secondary access for Big Mountain.
Egress, not access.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Egress, sorry.
Emergency egress, is that, what's the proper term, Richard?
It's just an egress. fire egress.
All right.
And
I mean, was that a yes?
I mean,
as I said, it's all up to you folks. That's
You're
my
just
concern.
wanting caution in using Haskell Basin at all because it's so dangerous. We're sending people to their death
That-
if we put it in this document and a
That-
fire happens.
Yeah,
before.
because somebody might pick it up and say, oh, and I just bought a lot, I can get out of here.
Mhm.
So.
And I guess all I'm saying is, and we need one
Okay,
that's
we're,
reliable and safe.
we're saying the same thing.
The city takes over. And
we won't be taking over Stoltz land, but
no, I don't think they're gonna go for that. Be careful with the use of Firewise. I'm not sure if Whitefish can qualify as a Firewise community. It's too big. That's a proprietary term. So I would caution that. And I attended the Fire Safe Flathead meeting today, and just so everybody knows, we're looking at, the fire folks are looking at a better than normal, or higher than normal fire season, comparable to right now, 2017. And just, because I heard that one, so The 1,000-hour fuels, these are the, Jargon index fuels. They just tested those, which is expensive operation that DNRC did. And the fuel moisture content is 22%, 19% is what a dry log is in the mill. So we're already there. We get a big rainstorm that's predicted for this weekend. That's not likely to change things very much because it won't be a wetting rain, it'll be a runoff rain. We need that CWPP now, and I don't think it should wait until this gets done. That's my advice. And I'll leave it.
Thank you, Richard.
Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Thanks for sitting through our, and adding to our water quality section.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So, just for clarification, we're not waiting until the end of this plan, you know that, right? I think we have the funding in place and we are working on an RFP right now. So it's happening in tandem with this plan. We do understand the importance of it. So I think right now, Tammy is writing the RFP for it.
Working with Cole.
She's working with Cole right now, writing the RFP for it. So
Who's writing the RFP?
Tammy, I don't know if you've met her yet. She's our
Sustainability.
resiliency sustainability planner, the cubicle mate sits next to me. She is working on the RFP right now, like literally.
But they're also waiting for the fire marshal to start, fire department before that.
And that. Therein is the problem.
The, not having a fire marshal or?
No, that, I've been beating the the CWPP, development board.
Yeah, got the grant funding like 2 weeks ago, so.
Well, try and hold my breath. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Richard.
Thanks, Richard.
Thanks, Richard.
And we do have a countywide CWPP. We're doing is a more specific one for Whitefish, but it's all covered under Flathead counties as well, just FYI.
Is there a map of the 6 different fire areas for the Flathead County?
In the county CWPP, I think has that.
It's somewhere.
I've got it for a while.
I,
All right.
while we're on, I received, from Steve here, who was here earlier, some very minor comments that really are an issue for me to incorporate in full. A comment about, I'll read it. He's telling me where I should add it. Much of the flood-prone residences within the city of Whitefish are in areas vulnerable to pluvial flooding, which occur when intense rainfall overwhelms the capacity of drainage systems such as storm sewers and causes water to inundate land or property independent of overflowing water bodies like rivers and streams. Sure. And then there's another section he recommends. It's recommended this, it is recommended the city participate in FEMA's community rating system. We kind of already have that talks about that. It is further recommended that the city collaborate with Flathead County, Kalispell, Columbia Falls, and non-governmental partners to expand public outreach and flood awareness mapping, flood damage reduction, warning response. Sure. Again, fine. So that was his comments.
Okay.
I was actually relatively astonished with the hazard section because, you know, I worked with everybody, including FFRG early on, that the comments were so benign, what I got. But I thought it was gonna go badly and it didn't.
Never look at get that amount. Never do.
All right. So we'll say that concludes for now hazards public comment. So we'll mark off C unless somebody online jumps in later.
No, online anymore, except Dana.
Okay, is Mallory still with us?
Yeah, you got one out of service, they're traveling.
Okay. All right, so we are still on board discussion, goals and objectives, and we have just finished up with adding the.
So we are back on water quality?
Yeah, nutrient,
Back on water quality,
nutrient.
yes.
Yes, I
So-
think, is where we left off.
Mhm. Yes, D, that would be good. All right, so let's get back to. So nutrients, but at this point, we have not split hour section per Allen into three. We're still just working through without splitting up. So John, if you want to continue with yours and we'll incorporate into Allen's.
Okay, so, 4, nutrients. No septic waste shall enter Whitefish Lake or Whitefish River or associated water tables. So this then under septic wastes. The first one was revised by the staff to say, identify and mitigate septic leachate contamination to Whitefish Lake. So that one's okay with me, that's fine. Then the next one, D, says the city council is encouraged to enact a regulation requiring that at the time of sale or transfer of land, a septic inspection shall be required. Okay, so that one was Mike Kupal's idea. I'm not sure about it. I think it's feasible legally. The city could enact a regulation requiring this for land within the city. And then notify the realtors to include it in the formal listing and the buy-sell contracts. Again, I might defer to Angie, she's still here, yeah. As to whether this is legally feasible, I haven't researched it, so I don't know.
I don't think it is legally feasible.
We don't, so we're not involved with sales, but we did revise this to say, consider city policy which requires all properties remaining on septic systems to be inspected prior to annexation, because that's when we're gonna deal with.
Yeah, that's a separate issue, and I agree with that, that's fine, that, I wrote okay by that one. So the issue remaining is what do we do about a sale or transfer of land? Which I don't know about, and Angie thinks it's not feasible, so I might defer to that, because I don't know.
We attempted a couple, 2 or 3 sessions ago, John, to get a requirement that all septic systems be inspected at transfer. It was rejected by the legislature, actually.
Okay.
Even though like.
Yeah, so that leaves the question open, the city can do it. That was a request to have the state enact that. Can the city do it? I don't know. I tend to think so, but I defer to Angie on this one. Cause I don't know.
Unless we could do it unless it's specifically prohibited by.
I mean, the county's in charge of doing the septic stuff, the health department is. There's very few properties in the city limits that are still on septic system. There are some. But the percentage is very small. I lived on by the golf course, and there's a whole neighborhood, Third Street, that's all on septic, but.
I had standard language in a buy-sell agreement.
What?
That there's stuff that we expect. I mean, the buy-sell agreement, you can strike things out, of course, but they're the standard.
It's standard.
Yeah, buy-sell.
Well, that's a sufficient answer there. We already have it.
All right, so we'll move on.
Okay. Then E, the information from public records on septic systems within the city limits, which are over 40 years old, should be updated. Okay, so Whitefish Lake Institute did a major study of this on a grant, and it was done in both 2012. So they've got maps that are probably 4 or 5 feet tall, and in 2 of them, thereby including the whole of the city of Whitefish, and they're aged by colors. The oldest ones have, I don't know, some kind of yellowish brown. But this would need to be updated. And as I understand it, Whitefish Lake Institute doesn't know how many septic systems this age are still existing. But septic systems last maybe 25, 30 years, certainly by 40, the field is plugged. And so find their own way into groundwater. So, this is an objective. I think it's a good objective.
From what you guys were just saying, you don't think there's many septic systems left at all?
There's not many, we don't have public records on septic systems. They're seen only by the county.
Right.
Yeah, but they're available,
So-
anybody.
I guess, like, my question is, what does that look like then? Let's think that through, because I'm putting this in here, and then we have to do it.
Sure.
What does that look like for us?
Update the plan that,
We could talk to
The county sanitarian.
It's not a septic system, sanitary people like Freddie and others, they can tell us how many septic fields there are in Whitefish.
They could, well, you're talking about age of various systems, but
Yeah, well, the ones that, or Mike Coupal has on the map would just be, 12 years older. But they went through public records and they developed all this information. And it's.
do you remember how many there were?
My neighbor was a county sanitarian in the 90s. And those records are still there because he dug into them for a point.
But how many were on Mike's map or Liz Institute's
How
map?
many dark yellowish brown ones? The interesting choice of color.
Or even just septic systems.
How many? I don't know.
Okay.
There were quite a few. I mean, a
That was
dozen.
12 years ago.
Yeah.
So there might be less than that
Mhm.
now.
Oh, yeah. Some of them would have been sold, rebuilt. And so you'd have to get a new engineered septic system. Or attached to the sewer. More likely the sewer.
And the idea behind making it 40, at least 4 years old was to create eliminate doubt that system is
Yeah,
outdated.
eliminate any doubt.
Do you think that's an objective that is worth?
And then defer to Craig and then he's the sewer and septic expert.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not every one, but yeah, if it's close to the lake or the river. You know, I mean, there's only a few areas in town that are unsewered. So I don't think
That aren't unsewered.
this is unsewered, yeah, that do not have sewer that are on septic. I don't think septic leachate within city limits is. A huge issue. It's the outliers around the lake, maybe a few on the river, but everything. Well, I can't say everything, but the vast majority of city land on the lake is on sewer.
Does the extension of services boundary? As like a planning boundary, I know we've talked about what the boundary for this growth policy is, I'm just using that as an example. Would that take in more of the septics out in the outlying areas that you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, potentially, but the extension of services policy, you know, the growth policy is typically where new growth is gonna happen.
Yeah,
And so we're not dealing with 40-year-old septics.
yeah,
And those properties would only come in if they needed to get on city services. And
yeah, the only, with the exception of very few, the only reason people opt to annex into the city is to get on city
Or
service.
density, yeah, for density or.
or the family septic, right? Yeah.
Right. So it's, you know, it's the number of septic systems are negligible. It's really a county issue.
Right.
so you're saying it's not worthwhile making that a specific objective because it's de minimis? Is that fair?
That's fair to say.
What do you think?
I think I'll be willing to concede it.
Okay, let's strike it. So that takes care of the next couple as well.
But it's a good discussion to have.
Yeah.
Just because the number is negligible doesn't mean that the pollution is not something to know about and think about. So,
From the section, we did add one though. You made a comment about.
Yeah.
We changed it a little.
we're on that one now.
It was F,
So-
yeah. We just tweaked it a little bit, but
To this one's okay, this is fine. To mitigate impacts from neighborhoods with aging septic systems. Provide incentives such as deferred annexation in exchange for wastewater agreements for a period of 20 years to match a rural special improvement district term, like, that's fine for,
Yeah.
instead of getting a line mountain.
Okay,
okay, the periodic reports section. Well, I've added yet again, city may rely on, or contract with WLI for this. So. The, WLI does, for Whitefish Lake, have benchmarks, facts and data relating to each such benchmark, I suppose, they did testing. And trends in the data, they have that. This is a recent posting to the WLI website 2 months ago, maybe 3. It's very interesting. And then drawing scientific conclusions on the condition of the lake, that's what we'd like WLI to do. So, then the second, section, suggests doing this also for Upper Whitefish River. Which, yeah, Mike included that. So I'm not sure. I don't know whether they do studies on Upper Whitefish River. He was aware of a lot of things, but I don't know if they do studies there.
I know he works on all the streams. I mean, they were working on some invasive species mitigation on Haskell Creek and some things like that, but I don't know how much they monitor the actual water quality of the river, but just.
Okay, then the next one is report on BNSF activities, cleanup and monitoring activities during the past 5 years. That's just from existing records. It'd be wonderful to have a public report on this. Then the last one. Well, the last one kind of repeats. City may rely on Whitefish Lake Institute, so. So that's the periodic reports section, largely would be done by Whitefish Lake Institute. So it lays out for the public, for anybody who wants to see what our objectives are, something that is pretty impressive. Shows that Whitefish cares about water quality.
I'm in favor of all of that. I think potentially it could be combined. If there's not a huge issue with, is it happening for Whitefish River? If we can say a more general, that if WLI is already doing it for, then it's already done and now it's listed here. Does that make sense? So combining A and B. Whitefish Lake and associated rivers.
These are all things that WLI does, and go back to our continued partner with Whitefish Lake Institute to address and monitor water quality.
I mean, I guess my thing is Mike specifically recommended against adding this. This is what they do. He didn't want to muddy it up. I have, he wrote me an email saying he specifically recommended against doing this.
Doing what?
Adding water quality report language to the road policy.
So. Now I'm just spitballing here. It seems. I like the concept of requiring us to, if not more often, at least every 5 years, obtain or have prepared reports on the water quality in Whitefish Lake and the Upper Whitefish River. Is that a fair thing for us to have as a goal or objective?
And that's what we rely
It's a
on.
whole lot better than a very long detailed list, yeah.
Right, no. So. Is this goal, I don't see it is, as I'm looking at. Periodic reports section, the first thing, goal, each 5 years. Do we have anything in our existing goals that says that is a goal that we want to accomplish, in other words, to do that?
No.
I mean, we could, under that B, under our objective, it says continue to partner with WLI to address water quality and identify and address sources of contamination and provide periodic reports.
Right.
That
And
outlining whatever, however
Yeah.
I say it, but
does that satisfy that need? I think that's a good thing for us to have as a goal, is to, yeah, we're going to make sure that those reports get done I think it should be more often myself, but at least
At
every
least
5 years.
every 5 years.
Yeah. Incorporate that, does that address that issue and the details of what kind of reports we want? I think that we leave that up to implementation, don't you?
Well, I just, again, I disagree with you on vagueness. I think it's better to have something specific which people could see and, oh, okay, that sounds very good. And, I don't know what Mike's position on this particular one is, but I went over all this with him. And, it was, acceptable, earlier this spring. And I think, again, we need to make the distinction between science and policy. Now, he's choosing to stick to science, so he's not recommending that you do or not do this particular section. But I'm not speaking for him, only for myself, and I think it's a good idea to include this. Maybe not as to Upper Whitefish River. But since we know, the WLI is already doing the first section, the kind of report that is seen on its website, I think that's a good thing to include. It informs the public as to what kind of water quality objectives we're going after.
I agree with that. I think that adding it to B, the B that we already had it included, or it's already there.
Yeah, let's put it in there.
But then I don't think it's a bad thing to have periodic reports as its own section and list this. Because it does break down benchmarks, facts and data, trends, and then draw scientific conclusions. Because what I don't want to see is just, okay, every 5 years, we're giving you a bunch of numbers and nobody knows what they mean. So,
but that Whitefish Lake Institute's the one that's gonna determine through their analysis what information that they're studying and what they're providing based on the funding that they have and the staffing they have and all
Yeah.
that stuff. I don't know if we can dictate to them what's the entirety of what's gonna be in the reports necessarily. I mean, I don't know. But I mean, that to me, it's it'd be up to them to do what they can do. I mean, they're obviously gonna try to be as thorough as possible, but
Well, we're not,
if we I mean, I just don't know that we can outline all the information that should be in there. Do we have the scientific wherewithal to determine how that should be done? They're the ones, they're the experts.
We're delegating to them what they should do.
Yeah.
I mean,
What-
really.
well, them or someone else, if they can't with the number, I mean, if
Yeah,
they don't
They're not doing
prefer-
it. In the city, obviously, we don't have the wherewithal to do it, but we could hire somebody else to do it. And I mean, in that instance, then we would have some,
As a practical matter, we hire the Whitefish Lake Institute to do that.
yeah.
We give them
them funding.
We fund them every year to do exactly that kind of
Exactly.
stuff. So that gets done.
Wendy, can we define periodic reports?
well, that's at least 5 years.
Huh?
Right, at least every 5 years. we will.
But
So you mean define the word report? What is the report?
Well, there it is.
There you can get down in the weeds of stuff. It's,
yeah,
you know,
So how,
should maybe say every 5 years.
but that would strongly imply as part of the update process for the growth policy.
Mhm. Yeah, at least every 5 years. So if we do update every 3 years, that's wonderful.
Right.
well, First update will come within 3 years, and after that, it'll probably be about 5 years, that's just in terms of the cycles. Okay, so we do want, what I'm hearing is there is some interest in adding a separate goal to the effect that we're gonna obtain report, I don't know, prepare, that may be a different issue. We will obtain reports on water quality in Whitefish Lake and the Upper Whitefish River. There's that, I'm hearing that that is something you guys want as a goal. Is that
Yeah, percent.
Yes.
right?
Yes,
Okay,
and then it can be more specific from there in the draft.
I mean, if you could combine all of those, adjectives that, on my draft is circled, benchmarks, facts and data, trends, you know,
Scientific conclusion.
yeah, scientific conclusions. I don't think that that's, too specific, right? But it does, keeps it from being so vague that no one will ever produce a report because they don't know what that goal means. So if you could condense it into one, objective that touches on those things, does that work, John?
Yeah, I crossed out the, Upper Whitefish River. So let's just do it on the lake. If we wanna do the river, 5 years from now, we can decide to do the river.
So that would be 4 words in one sentence
Of course,
that describes the report.
Yeah.
Reporting.
okay.
Is that, you see what I'm saying?
No, I think we should include the specifics of benchmarks, facts, trends.
And scientific conclusions.
WLI is doing benchmarks, facts and trends already. And I guess their report, I don't think that report has anything on scientific conclusions on the condition of the lake, but they could
so,
come to that. In fact, all their benchmarks were within normal limits. The flip side of that is that if you ever go below normal limits, you're in deep trouble because it's very hard to reverse the condition in the lake. So
correct,
you want to stay way in advance.
right.
And the report says so.
So, again, now we're talking about adding a goal or an objective,
And including those,
and it would say something to the effect of whitefish should seek, at least every 5 years to obtain reports on water quality in Whitefish Lake that include benchmarks, facts, trends, and scientific conclusions
on the condition of the lake.
on the conditions of the lake. Is that,
You want to make it one sentence? That's fine.
yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
at least every 5 years, city Whitefish shall obtain and prepare reports on water quality in Whitefish Lake. And what was the next part, Frank?
Whitefish Lake, including benchmarks. Or this is redundant, facts, benchmarks, trends in the data, and scientific conclusions on the conditions of the lake. Basically, just take, oops. Yeah. 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 Does that satisfy the need for that additional goal?
It does for me.
There it is, if you want to read it.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. I'm highlighting in yellow all the new stuff that's added.
So it should say every 5 years, so you need to remove it out of the beginning.
So we're not having it in B then,
No.
picking all that out?
Oh, just the 5 years part.
Oops.
It's redundant at the other, both of those things,
Right.
it says the same thing.
Cool, that it?
Good. All right.
Okay, so now we're on to golf courses and recreational fields.
What about the BNS there? We already done with that? Done?
Well, I don't know.
Where am I gonna? Running numbers,
See under periodic proceedings,
report on BNS activities.
I
Where did we
think
leave
it
that?
is a separate item that wasn't covered this way.
Where are we on that concept? Did we not do anything with that in relation to the previous discussion?
We weren't that detailed
Mm-mm.
to identify it as BNSF.
You Craig, where we're at with that?
I don't have all the comments.
Report on BNSF activities, cleanup and monitoring activities during the past 5 years. Where do we land with that in the beginning? Do you remember?
I think that's two things. I think that's way too broad. Reports to DNSF activities. Really?
Oh, this is the water quality section. Affecting water quality?
Well, this is under
Or
periodic
specific to
reports.
Yeah, specific to water quality.
There has to be a better way to say BNSF submitted samples to DEQ that are obtainable.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, if the 3
How about
No, that,
monitor BNSF activities related to
Water
water.
quality.
the water quality?
Yeah, I guess the question is that something that WLI is already looking at? No one's looking at.
my
that.
impression is
You are working with them on the non-compliance, so they,
I think Mike is somewhat aware of it, but I don't think they work on that.
No.
I mean, that's all pretty specific to the river, not the lake. Well, there is that oil spill when they had the
Yeah,
train derailment.
and we do talk about it some in the draft of hazards. I guess the question is, when we say report on BNSF, who shall do this? And I personally think it's a great idea and we should. We just, if we
Well, the
put it
city
in
would
here,
have
figure out.
discretion to do it itself or contract with WLI.
To look specifically at what DEQ and
You
EPA.
have to do FOIA requests to those public agencies.
We're already asking for the DEQ documents.
Mhm. So those 303 documents that we're asking for already, those
Those are on PCBs and
And the-
mercury
but-
and things like that.
those will
Well,
not
it is oil
specify
and
what's
grease,
what's
Glen
been
Road.
given by BNSF. So that has to be a specific request on what has been turned in from BNSF to DEQ and to the EPA. Okay,
Is obtaining those documents or access to them constitute reporting on the activities?
Well, I think a report would summarize 1 or 2 pages what they found. Maybe talk to BNSF and find out what the status of what they're doing, maybe.
Yeah, so what I hear we're talking about is whether or not we want to add as an additional objective,
a report.
a requirement or an objective that we obtain a report on BNSF. What? Activities affecting, no, I don't want to do that.
Cleanup and monitoring activities, strike that first activities. Say BNSF cleanup and monitoring activities during the past 5 years.
For the river, for the lake, for both.
For contaminants.
Yeah, well,
Mhm. So this would require some relationship with BNSF, basically, if we're looking for clean
I
hub.
mean, they're, from a zoning perspective, they're completely out of the city, they're out of our jurisdiction,
I
so.
understand.
Even if we had a report, I mean, I don't know that we could force them to do anything, that'd be the EPA or the
No,
DEP.
I agree with that, but in terms of, again, the framing of this thing is like, do we add a goal for ourselves? Whether we can do anything about it or not. Obtaining information on BNSF's activities regarding water quality.
Mhm.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that what we want to do?
Add another objective.
That's what we're talking about.
That's feasible.
That seems feasible in a single sentence.
Right.
And a 5-year period, I think that's reasonable.
It's,
achievable.
yeah. I agree, now this is the art of what's possible, not practical. So, or possible anyway. So. We can put in here, whether it stays or not, a preference to having a goal of obtaining annually or semi-annually or whatever we want to say, reports on BNSF. And I think it's fair that we identify BNSF because they are the primary actor as it relates to the rail yard outflows into the lake and or the river.
And it should be annually, so we can have a baseline.
Right, probably should. Okay, so whether we can, how we fund that or how we practically get that done is a different issue, but we can offer that as an objective. That,
Yes,
Fair.
offer it as an objective and then
right,
work during the lifespan of creating this document to
Yeah.
make that a reality.
or this gets dropped into the objective or the implementation of what we're gonna do for one of the other objectives, right? But throw it in here, we'll figure out how to deal with it, but I think it's fair for us to have that as an objective.
Mhm.
Annually report on BNSF activities, clean up on who we will reporting to. Annually report. What?
Yeah,
BNSF activities.
Report to city council,
Annually report on BNSF activities, clean up on to who?
city council.
The public at large,
Well, that would be.
yeah, city
Just a
council,
report, and then it can do what you wish with it.
public report.
So it's just leaving an annually report on BNSF activities, clean up and monitoring activities,
Related to the Whitefish Lake and River.
sorry?
I'd say related to the Whitefish Lake and River.
right.
We don't want to report on just their activities.
No, right.
Moving trains around all the time.
What are you doing? Mhm.
Okay,
Okay, got it. And we are, I don't know that we need to say D because we are. Said that a few times, so we're good. Okay, so storm drainage.
No sediments, nutrients, or other harmful pollutants shall enter Whitefish River from storm drainage. And I added in, or any tributaries. It's a separate goal for storm drainage. And then we had an interesting discussion on pipes from the BN area that go into Whitefish River. Maybe we need to design some objectives there relating to BN and storm drainage. I'm a bit at a loss for storm drainage. There's probably things that need to be done that we could list as objectives, but I don't know what they are.
Mhm. From my perspective, this is one that is pretty, or stormwater discharge that adversely impacts other properties, roads, wetlands, or any other body of water.
Where,
So she's talking about objective A in your draft.
as it relates to number
I
5.
guess just to talk about the kind of, this is, if you look at this. Storm drainage, the objective is talking about MS4 requirements, that's where this is going, correct? So. You haven't seen this yet, you're gonna see it. Maybe next month, but in the public facility section, there's a whole paragraph. On what MS4 is. And then there is a goal, a specific goal. About what we will do. It's not start planning for MS4 requirements, it actually. This was talking to Greg for a while, begin preparations to become compliant with Montana pollutant discharge elimination systems. By ensuring accurate mapping of all public and private outfall, stormwater facilities and green infrastructure, so. That's in the public facility section, because we're gonna have a stormwater section in that, talking about MS4. We could reference it, but we're already capturing that. It's just you haven't seen it yet.
And I concur with Alan's comment that
It's already there.
it's already there and it is redundant.
It is part of the difficulty with looking at individual sections at a time,
Right.
is you don't know, I know, but you don't know how they're all building off of each other.
Yeah.
But the next section you're gonna see is public facilities, and there is specific language about what MS4 is, what it means, and the actual actions we're gonna take to comply with it, not just begin preparations. We're saying we're going to do these things.
So maybe we should include a reference to the public facilities section here. Just so that somebody who's interested in water quality knows that there's being something being done on storm drainage.
I think we referenced that in the body.
Yeah, we do. It's actually, it is referenced. I can see if it's actually, I'm pretty sure. Where
That's part of the
is it?
stormwater.
Where is it?
Page right before the goals and objectives.
Oh, yeah, stormwater looking forward, training,
Yeah, public
yeah,
works,
once Whitefish is full-time population, reason 10,000, the city becomes subject to a stormwater state permit. Permit contains limits on blah, blah, blah. Implementation of this permit would involve lengthy coordination. This is discussed in more detail in the public works facilities, in the public works section of the public facility element. But just, that section is done.
So yeah, we reference it in the chapter. It doesn't need to necessarily be in an objective because it's in the background.
You okay with taking that out and relying on what? There's gonna be.
It's more specific than this objective.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
It's way more
I
specific.
think there should be a reference here for the MS4.
Under I, continue to support and encourage drains to river labels and associated artwork from Whitefish youth programs on storm sewer inlets.
That's the youth program.
Then should, if we want to reference in some objective, CMS4 for
Something
stormwater,
like what I had is A.
stormwater.
Obviously, there is planning, just a reference to that,
Mhm.
MS4 storm drainage requirements.
But I'm just saying, could we reference that in I? Since it's already mentioned in A,
And the drains to river on.
stormwater discharge.
I'm
I'm
lost.
just looking for
I think,
somewhere it could,
Well, he's.
if we want to,
This,
if we want to reference that in an objective that's already present.
yeah, I think that we could just add, on the end of this, support and encourage drains to river labels associated work of reference further in the public works
section.
element.
Although that doesn't really talk about associated artwork and youth programs. Public works, public facilities. That specifically talks about MS4 and what we're gonna do.
Yeah, I
I
guess,
mean, we could just put the goal in there as it's written. I mean,
No.
I don't.
We've done it having two different sections, but I mean, we're trying to you know, keep the goals to.
Right, I mean,
Because stormwater is a public facility, it's not just a water quality.
that is we have a master plan that is being updated right now, and that is a section of the public facilities section.
So there's no harm in including it?
Sure, there's
I'm gonna be, I mean, trying to be minimally redundant on our goals and objectives, but there is gonna be some overlap on some things, you know, there's gonna be some housing goals that overlap with the land use goals and things like that.
You know, we,
So I mean, but it's gonna be way more specific in the stormwater section. Because that's, you know, we're dealing with what Public Works is gonna do with regard to how they implement it.
So it's worth a sentence here, in my view. If, as long as it does no
well,
harm.
we started out with 16 and now we're up to 18 or 19.
That's reasonable, I think, I mean, from my perspective, adding a few objectives for clarity instead of totally rewriting,
Yeah.
adding objectives to
I
elements.
think that's a
Yeah.
better way to go as well, you know.
Okay, so after I.
Yeah, after the drains to label one where the, there,
Mhm.
So what are we gonna say?
Start planning for MS4 requirements applicable to cities over 10,000 population. See Public Works section for details.
we wanna put
That's not an
that,
objective though, it has to be
Yeah.
written as an objective.
and we have that, we could just say start planning for MS4 requirements applicable to cities. So, if we do address that.
Okay, that works. Yeah, don't reference Public Works. We can reference that in the body if needed, the hazards body draft. Okay. All right.
That's this, the golf course.
Okay, I put golf courses and recreation fields.
City owned.
Yeah. So. Goal is, zero sediments and zero nutrient loading from the golf courses and all city-owned recreational fields into Whitefish Lake, Lost Coon Lake, and other water bodies and water tables from human activities. Okay, so that's the goal, and then there's a whole list of objectives for golf courses, which I don't think we need to go through, either include them or not. And those came from the narrative earlier. Item E says, C, says the city of Whitefish shall use future lease renewal language with the Whitefish golf courses on city property to require all practices in this section. So, other than that,
Can I interject, and I'm the one that put together that list of stuff for golf course, and it was specifically out of the Audubon stuff. But after we talked to you guys, when we talked about this the first time, you guys basically determined that it was a little bit too detailed on what that is. It's a very specific program to the Audubon. There's other programs that golf courses get certified, and there's a sports field association that also has environmental certifications. And you guys told us you wanted to combine those things, not just pick on golf courses, but also include sports fields. And so, I actually went back to the section on sports fields in the narrative and added some additional language in there. Where it basically says such facilities should join programs such as the environmental facility certification from the Sports Field Management Association or the GEO, which is the Golf Course Environmental Association, or Audubon International Environmental Certification for golf courses. At a minimum, they should adopt practices and technology that conserve natural resources, including, you know, water, energy, as well as minimize contamination for ground and surface water. When it came to the goals, I modified it a little bit from how Alan had put it together, because he kind of took all reference to golf courses out. But basically the goal in the draft says for recreational fields owned by the city, but leased to another entity, the city of Whitefish should evaluate future lease renewal language to determine whether environmental certifications and additional practices could be required to limit and mitigate environmental contamination of ground and surface water to conserve natural resources, including water and energy. And I'm okay with it. Another objective, it would be, you know, like something like educate golf course and sports field, because there's some that are out of our control. And like Iron Horse, for instance, like try to encourage them. I know they already, that's where this whole thing came up. Because they were doing water quality testing at the golf course, which then triggered me to think about, is anybody doing it on the Whitefish golf course? Right? And so that's what down this whole rabbit hole, thinking about golf courses and there, I mean, there's just a study that just came out that if you live within 1 mile of a golf course, you're twice as likely to get Hodgkin's lymphoma, you know? So, I mean, it's kind of rough stuff when it comes to golf courses, but, what can we do to help encourage them to do stuff? Because some of this, I mean, they're gonna be the ones that would have to do it. It's gonna cost money for them to change how they fertilize and how they add, pesticides and herbicides and all this stuff on their stuff. And then, they have to prepare for that stuff. So how can we help them? And I know we have some control over the lease for the golf course, so half of it's on city property, but that lease isn't coming up for another 20 years or something. I don't even know. And then, I don't know what Project Whitefish Kids lease is and how often that gets renewed, but that's the only other sports field that's out of our control in the city limits. But, then there's the, Iron Horse Golf Course, which isn't in our control at all. What can we do to encourage those organizations to at least try to better manage from an environmental standpoint? That was my whole reason for adding this stuff. And I mean, I agree, but somehow we should look at it. I don't know how detailed we want to be and how onerous we want to be on those entities. But again, I'm guilty of throwing all the stuff in there because it triggered my degree in environmental science and toxicology background.
No, thank you for adding. And I think we do need to specifically say recreational fields and golf courses. I don't think it's bad to say the words golf courses.
Yeah. That's
I
fine.
mean,
Technical, it doesn't say that.
yeah, I think,
In the old, letter O for recreational
Yeah.
fields. And
And
golf courses
Yeah,
owned by the city but leased to another entity, so.
and then same as P,
yeah.
continue to
Sometimes drop
educate
down.
public and private
I mean, it could say
golf
public. and private.
courses.
For public and private recreational fields, is that what you're saying?
Well, this is specifically for that goal specific to
For
leases.
Mhm.
It's- So when the city council at some point signs that lease again, and hopefully somebody remembers this goal and says, hey, we need to add some language in there. that they-
2040, when the
2040.
lease is redone, 2040.
We'll
Well, our
be there.
plan is 2045, right?
Yeah, it's 5 years before the plan expires, but
Well, if it's any consolation, I know that they're already doing this. They're already working on this stuff. They don't want to spend money on fertilizers and insecticides. They're already doing this, but I agree. This should be an effective thing.
well, it's encourage private golf courses.
Yeah, I think we ought to,
Mhm.
so.
Well,
There's
my
no-
concern is if we remain vague on this and don't list all this Audubon requirements, less likely to happen. If we list the requirements, they're more likely to happen.
And I think if we call out the organization that they could join, if they're not aware, I'm sure they're already aware of.
Right.
Those,
We talk about that in the narrative.
yeah, the narrative talks about.
That's what the
those
narrative does, it
Yeah.
sort of describes why we have the goals and the
Yeah,
objectives.
and the narrative is part of the growth policy.
Yeah.
I mean, many times you go back to the narrative when you're writing a staff report, like, how does this fit in with the growth policy? You list the narrative. I mean, it's part of it. It's just because the goals and objectives are the specifics. The narrative is also part of the growth policy, and you can rely on that from a legal perspective. It's the basis, it's the intent for what you're doing, and that's where the meat of it should be, and not in the goals and objectives. It should be, that's why every goal and objective, I was hammering on Alan about, we gotta can't have anything in here that we don't discuss in some way, shape, or form in the narrative. It has to tie back, expanding upon it, explaining why it's in there, so that it has a legal basis for why that goal's in there.
I think that's another good point, Dave, just because we have that hotel case, south of town. And we relied heavily, Ben relied heavily in his findings, and the court upheld that, we relied heavily on the narrative. So, I mean, that's a very, very good point.
I'm just really doubtful that if it's not in the objectives, it's not gonna have the legal force that, it would have if it's in the objectives. I'm dubious about referring back to the narrative. If I were a judge, I would look at goals and objectives. And I think we're on safer ground if we put a lot of detail into the objectives. I mean, that's been a philosophical difference between those who support, more detailed objectives and those who don't. I think it's better for water quality, better for the city of Whitefish, better for the people of the city of Whitefish, if we include maybe not as many details as I did, but most of them. And I still feel that, so that's just my position. It's specific. I don't think this is gonna be reviewed by a court in this way. I don't know, the adequacy of the goals and objectives, I don't know if it gets to that. Definitely a court would review the adequacy of the evaluation of impacts. That's a habit among courts. And whether the zoning regulations were consistent with the goals and objectives, that's an issue I could see coming up. We're just safer if we include more detail.
I don't have, any qualms with kind of combining O and P and making it clear that this is recreational fields and golf courses, either private or public. And then pulling some of the strong language from this that basically spells out Audubon. A lot of the things that you've circled, John, I don't know how legally, like how enforceable it is. If
Well,
it's
it's either
in
in the
the
contract or it
objective
isn't.
or not.
I don't, if it's not in the contract, I don't think it's much enforceable.
No.
The contract that the city
contract
has
lease for
with
golf course.
the golf course.
If these items aren't in the lease, like you couldn't enforce them now because they're not in the current lease. But the next time there's a lease, if it includes these, then I think somebody could enforce them.
Yeah, but that's 20 years down the road.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
And so we're doing this now in preparation for 20 years down the road, basically, right?
15.
Yeah.
Yeah, only 15.
Only
Yeah.
15.
Angie, do you have any input on adding this much language from the Audubon Cooperative Sanctuary Certification Program for golf courses and objectives, and if that will make it more sure that this language gets into the lease and then the lease is more enforceable because it's in the goals and objectives?
I mean, I would
Of the
say
growth
that
policy.
once the lease isn't expire until 2040, there might be different standards. In 2040 at that point, there might be different standards for golf courses than there are now. That's 15 years from now.
Yeah. You
Right?
might already be doing it in 15 years.
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, yeah, we'll
If
look
we
at
plan on
it.
AstroTurf.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It might not be. But, you know, I have my doubts about putting all these very specific standards that are one set of standards in this. And then in 2045, or 2040, we have completely different standards or better standards. So, I mean,
Well, we review this every 5 years. Right?
in theory,
I mean, I think what we really want is to encourage them to become part of one of those,
Yeah,
be certified in one of those programs, right?
yeah.
Environmental certification, both the sports fields and the golf courses, and that's really what we're asking.
yeah,
You
exactly.
know, encourage them to get certified, and then they can, you know, in each of there's different, you know, the GEO one for golf courses is slightly different than the Audubon one. I don't know which one's more or less stringent, but, you know, they basically choose the one that they want to do, and this, you know, environmental certification for the sports fields is pretty specific on how they operate it, and a lot of, you know, certainly professional sports fields are all going to these certifications to show that they're being environmentally stewardship, you know, for baseball stadiums and everything with, you know, real grass and everything, but,
So would the certification include the whole list
Yeah,
of things.
that they, in order to be certified, they have to meet all that list of stuff. That's why we took that language out.
That seems fine to me.
Yeah.
Real quick, it says for recreation fields and golf courses, either public or private. If it's private,
And there's no leaves. That's why it can't be in that. goal.
it's the.
Yeah, so it has to be
We
in
take
there.
out either public or
We
private.
can't add that to that goal. It has to be a different goal. But on the bottom one,
Yeah.
it should say continue to educate the public. And maybe we just add a new goal for private recreational facilities, encourage them to, get certified for.
Say that again.
So for private recreational facilities,
And.
okay, so they encourage in private recreational facilities to become certified, from one of the environmental certification.
Encourage
Accredited or something.
recreational
Facilities such as sports field and golf courses.
fields and golf courses, what?
To become, to get certified from accredited environmental organizations, something like that.
Yeah.
For maintenance and,
Environmental standards.
Or you could even just, such as the,
Encourage private recreation facilities such as sports fields and golf courses to get certified from accredited environmental organizations.
Such as Audubon or comparable certification program.
I mean, sports field ones, the Audubon doesn't do that for sports
Okay.
fields, but it's just golf courses.
Gary?
Yeah, I mean, then we talk about it in the background, so I mean, it's gonna be kind of clear what that means. Environmental or professional organization. I would say to get environmental certifications. Accredited professional organizations,
We get,
environmental certification, that way it covers the basis of. Cause some of them, like the sports field thing has an environmental accreditation as part of that, if you're part of the sports field thing, but that's not the only thing that they do, it's environment.
do we own the city soccer fields out there by
Yeah.
South of town? So would this impact how we maintain that?
I think Parks and Recs got their own thing they're working on, we talked to Marie about that, I have to defer to her, I don't know what's going on with all that stuff, but
But it's a recreational field that,
public and private.
so,
Well, there's the, soccer fields out at Bass Mountain too.
Yeah,
yeah,
Are they owned by Gross Mountain or are they?
No, that's
No, the city.
that's the city,
So they're all covered.
and then encourage ones that aren't covered under
Yeah.
city, please, to do
I
the
can't
same.
tell, somebody might put in a golf course out on Carroll Road, there's one.
You never know,
Fields out there.
my plan. Okay,
I mean, the high school, has sports too,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Alright.
They, it's-
Next section. ready to go. Okay, that wraps up.
only one more item.
Yeah.
The red line draft says the other items be creative and thorough in devising other ways to maintain and improve water quality. Then we have A, B, C, and D, those are fine. Alan eliminated my headings, that's fine. EFG, those are all fine. Then we come to fireworks.
Yep, yeah, that's the only one, right.
And, so I would say the city should then move all fireworks off, Whitefish Lake due to the risk of perchlorates entering drinking water from Whitefish Lake. So that's, perchlorates are not something I know about, that came from Mike Kupel. So, it seems like that's an important thing to do. So it should be an objective.
And where do you wanna leave the fireworks? Soccer fields?
Oh, we don't have to care about that,
I don't
do
know.
we?
Somewhere else.
that's
It shouldn't
implementation.
go in the water.
Why not? I agree.
In the summer.
Well, soccer field, you use the water, lots of
Chlorides, so.
I'm gonna play the asshole here. Where in this city would you rather have fireworks go off? Over water or over field?
Right. That's like you don't Richard Hildner.
No, soccer fields, that's not my question to answer. He's saying it's dangerous to have them. I mean, there's, what is it, thyroid cancer?
So,
I
in
don't
the
know.
city council in 2021, they passed an ordinance which reduces those percolating fireworks to no more than 50% by 2025. I don't know, something in the
Yeah,
city
Mike
ordinance.
football says you can't buy those. Can't get them.
No, they're just really expensive, is the difference.
I don't.
That's
You
what
can buy them, but they're really
You can't
expensive.
even
We're more moving towards drones than anything
I was
else.
gonna say.
Although I saw a recent thing on the news where a drone, did you see that, where a drone display went wrong and they fell and killed some people?
So one way or another, Fourth
They
of July
collided
is gonna
and
get
fell.
you.
I mean, this is a city council
It's a policy.
issue on whether that, and you're gonna have a massive rebellion of the populace probably, but.
Well, if we left it in, then that would provide a basis for the discussion going with staff, city council, when they're reviewing the final report. I think that would be something worth considering.
So are we leaving, continue to explore inlet more environmental conversation?
Okay, so I said the city should, maybe we should say the city may. Give them more discretion. Do you think that would be better?
Well, again, this is. I'm okay with this for various reasons. This is your best work or recommendation to the city. This is, by putting it in here, doesn't say that it's gonna stay.
We recognize that.
Okay.
No, yeah, that's true. Everything we
So,
do.
the idea that I can tell you, I, for one, would not make it a goal of ours to remove all fireworks from the lake. I might make it to require or to continue to explore environmentally friendly fireworks to the point of eliminating, contamination in Whitefish Lake.
I think
That's-
he said that nobody should go to the lake for a day or two after fireworks.
Certainly, it's just beach. And yes.
How many weeks?
So it's just the area really right around. But, and I don't,
It's just those little
I've not heard that. I've not heard that.
Right, they don't get that much. to
But,
do.
all right, so what do you guys want? I mean, I think that continue to explore and implement environmentally friendly fireworks.
Alternatives.
Alternatives,
Yes.
quite frankly, I think that should be. Towards eliminating any further contamination of fluorides in the drink or in the Whitefish Lake, that's fine.
Yeah,
But the direction to move all fireworks from Whitefish Lake,
Well, no, I put the city may in front of that. So
Yeah.
leaving discretion. But at least it raises the issue.
What about the city should, reduce and move to eliminate? So reduce and, because we're saying that they should explore environmentally friendly. So slowly they're reducing and moving to eliminate.
And that's the ordinance now, right? I mean, we're at the 2025 year. So.
So we're just echoing the ordinance that's there.
Pretty much, I mean. Would there
I
be,
don't know, we don't require that they go to. Do we require that they convert?
That's Andy.
I don't think we will, it's specifically.
Yeah, but then they became, I think, really hard to get, and then John may be entirely correct, then you just couldn't get them. So, we did require them, yep, I mean, kind of a sliding, like every year,
Get better,
get better, but,
started to 2025.
no,
by
sorry,
2025, we're at
Yeah.
50%?
by 29,
It said by 2025, it should have been 50%.
yeah, so. Gotta be mechanic, mandate them to do something else.
well, I think that just the line of continue to explore more environmentally friendly fireworks.
And move towards the elimination of fireworks that have
Mhm.
purple lights, or have you said.
Yeah,
Yeah. Keep
We
it simple.
yeah, we
The
can
tariffs
do
might
this
end that too.
Yeah.
Well, I think, are you telling us that council, there just wouldn't be the political will to, take fireworks off the lake and put them somewhere else to deal with that problem? Is that where you're coming from, or is it?
fire risk. I would guess.
You don't board the iron marks.
Which is understandable for. Well, no, I don't even know how to address that. I think I don't think that's what ought to be driving the goals and objectives of a goal or objective for, growth policy. Like whether or not we would ultimately remove them, I don't think, I think it is. So,
Let's keep it as it is. It's a worthy thing to say.
Just to
Move
simply
on.
contribute to explore and implement more environmentally friendly fireworks.
Yeah.
with,
City should-
with the goal of eliminating perchlorates. My view of that one is, again, given the whole thing, is that the goal is to eliminate the perchlorate.
Yeah.
From fireworks.
Well,
Quite frankly, I don't care where you shoot them off from.
Just
If it ends up in the lake, I don't want it.
Yeah.
So the goal, rather than say removing it, including removing it from Whitefish Lake. That doesn't help. That doesn't help me. And the answer to your question is, I have no idea. I think the likelihood of that causing us to remove fireworks from the lake is probably a lower level of success than simply the noise that comes with those, for us eliminating or trying to remove them from that area.
Could you add
Because
that?
it's just so-
I don't see it, sorry.
That's so brutal.
It's right here.
Okay,
that's me.
continue to,
You added with the goal to eliminate perchlorate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
okay,
Does
perfect.
that work for everybody?
I like it.
that would, I like, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, we can do that. That was it.
That it?
That's it.
We're done.
Okay.
All right, that
Like
was-
that. Hazards, so, yeah, so that's our direction to staff. Now we're on to hazards. Okay, Alan,
Okay,
Go
will
for it.
you send out your revised
Oh, yeah.
element?
I'll keep posted online, perhaps.
Yeah.
thank you.
Well,
John.
I
Thank
would
you.
like to ask permission to leave. I may die soon.
No,
No, we want you.
I hear. Memorial.
Well,
John, he really died for this policy.
well,
Okay,
I'm turning 80 next week and I get exhausted at these meetings, but that's not unusual. I think probably everybody's exhausted.
we're fine.
So,
We'll miss you.
if you have any comments on the hazard section you'd like to share before you go,
You're asking for 10 more minutes and.
you just don't have it in you?
Well, we-
No,
And we can-
I don't want to wade into that.
Can I make a request?
Yes.
I get that this board has discussion and makes edits, right? That's what you're supposed to do. If you have long lists of comments, can you submit those during public comment when I send them out? Roll and ask for comments. Because that's when I send them out to the public, for all individual public members to make their comments, and make their comments, so I can look at them before the meetings and not have 10 pages of comments in the meetings. It's so much more efficient of my time than everybody else's time. That's why I send it out to the public for individual citizens to make their comments. The board should be talking about board things, not just individual pages of comments.
It's an aspirational goal with me.
That's why I send all those things out and say, by this deadline, please give me your comments.
We will,
This is, you have no idea how much work this is for me, just for one section. When I'm writing the whole thing. I've spent weeks working on some of this stuff.
and we appreciate it, and thank you for listening for so long about goals and objectives. I really hope it makes it easier to do the draft. now that we've had so much back and forth on, this is in there, this is not in there, yes, we like this, no, nobody cares about that. Hopefully this front end on water quality, even though we've revisited a couple times, makes the back end of that much more efficient and something we can all say, yes, we love it too. I hope. Okay.
Okay.
And we will
Amen.
attempt.
Amen.
Thank you.
So-
John, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me go.
Thank you for asking and not just running away
Okay.
angrily.
Where you have,
As we have seen.
soccer field?
Oh,
All right, we'll do it quiet.
go set off your fireworks, John.
All right, so we're on to
Hazard.
hazard. The
Yeah.
draft.
You know what you do, you wanna do a whole presentation, or you just wanna jump into the draft?
I think just jump into the draft if that's okay with everyone else.
Basically.
I don't know, I said, if somebody has more specific stuff in the draft, we can talk about that, but I don't know how you can draft without going through this.
All right,
Quick overview with the.
hazard section. So I'm looking
You
at
have to share.
this. Oh,
We've lost all of our participants.
Yep.
John, maybe. Hopefully not really lost.
That work. Let's see. Right. Use someone.
hold on a second.
It should be open.
I see down here where it is. Does that work?
Let's see.
All right, okay. So MLUPA requires maps, identification, descriptions of factors related to natural hazards within the jurisdictional area. It has different things of what are required. Asks for a description of land use constraints for zoning from those hazards, what efforts have been taken. So this draft hazard section addresses wildfire, floodplains, high groundwater, seismic activity, and steep slopes. These are all the different review agencies that saw this. So we spent months working on this. We sent this around the staff. It went to all these different agencies. All these different agencies made their comments. It then went out to the public. I got public comment. We implemented all the public comments. And then we saw from tonight that even Richard, who is our fire guy, pretty much had very few comments, which I was so stunned about. So the wildfire portion, the 2007 growth policy only has 3 paragraphs and has 1 goal. This is much more detailed. It talks about background, wildfire risk, the help me, I'm so tired.
Wildland urban
Thank
interface.
you. Wildland urban interface, evacuation routes, community wildfire protection plan, firewise and fire adapted communities. It's all in there. We worked directly with the fire department, Big Mountain Fire, and DNRC when we did these. So we met with them and asked them what we should write, and they helped us write this. We've received comments from DNRC, FFRG, Richard Hillner, Shelter, and Duncan Lutz, and they're all pretty positive with some comments. There was only a few things we didn't incorporate, and it was really just long dialogue. It wasn't really comments for directed, it was just dialogue on it, like, hey, be aware kind of thing. When you work on this, make sure you do that kind of thing. So the summary of the goals and objectives, talk about completing updated fire risk assessment, the priority and what's required of a community wildfire protection plan, developing regulations related to very high risk areas, zoning that includes firewise standards, mitigation, defensible states, working with the agencies to compile mitigation maps, which will be a GIS project. Showing grade separating crossings over railroad tracks, assessing existing and potential evacuation routes. We've been, and you saw the maps that I created. One of them shows the fire risk, one of them shows the evacuation routes. One of them shows the fire districts. Seeking funding for undergrounding high-risk utility lines. I talked to Flathead Electric about that, and they thought that was a great idea, as long as we give them money. Supporting forest management. So that's fire. Let me keep going.
Sure.
Floodplain, 2007 growth policy actually has more about floodplains than I do about fires, but there's no goals and objectives. We have about a half a page, as of the time of this, I had no comments. I got recent comments tonight from Steve Thompson. Very minor. It's just some informational stuff, which is easy enough for me to just incorporate that. I already talked to him about that. He's like, fine. The floodplains just talks about updating our floodplain regulation, participation in the community rating system program. That's what Steve Thompson just gave me some additional language to beef that up, basically. That's because it'll reduce insurance rates. Ensuring infrastructure, so one of the things we talked about is, when we were doing city projects and infrastructure, it was changing, the floodplain maps. Individual property owners were having to do that after we did that improvements, but we should be doing that. So when we do these improvements, we should be updating the maps, not leaving the property owners to then have to do that. Questions on that? Okay, moving right along. High groundwater, we already actually, the 2007 growth policy didn't have anything on growth water, high groundwater, so I'm tired. It just said one objective, the city should investigate and adopt special standards, which we have, that's been done since the growth policy. We just have more language about supporting proper construction areas with potential high groundwater, continuing to require plat notes, which we already do now. And then we have some a policy about is groundwater data submitted to the city, because we haven't been doing that. To continue cataloging that stuff into GIS so we can keep building a database that's better than we had. So basically this is kind of going beyond, but we're already beyond doing what the last plan said. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Seismic activity, I just put this in here just because it says you're supposed to. If it says you're supposed to, then I will. There's really not much to say. We're all of our building standards already have to take into account earthquakes. But I thought it was kind of fun to put together a map showing where the historic earthquakes have been in Montana. So that's what I did. I talked about earthquakes, I talked about our building codes, and I put together a map showing where earthquakes of more than magnitude 4 happened in Montana.
On the drilling codes, did we reference what happened on the lake 2 years ago?
Last,
You know, the landslide because of drilling?
Not in earthquakes, no.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the last one, steep slopes. Again, the 2007 plan recommends a comprehensive hillside development ordinance. We did something like that, and went beyond it when we had our critical areas ordinance. Those of you remember how that went.
Yeah.
So it didn't go well. Since the previous growth policy, we do have actually more than I thought we did. I was actually surprised about this. So, on steep hillside development, we require additional geotechnical reports. There's subdivision standards that discourage building homes on greater than 30% unless it has been eliminated, but then this I found. In our code, it says that the subdivision rules standards prohibit building on greater than 30% slopes. So have we been forcing that? I don't know, but it's actually in our code.
I think that was added a couple of years ago.
So-
So we haven't had very many subdivisions up there.
So is that.
There was a big deal like 25 years ago with somebody regarding the slope.
Yeah, the wall, saved the city for $450,000.
Yeah.
But there, we did have some more, we did have additional, but I said Frank would remember how the critical areas ordinance in regard to slopes went, but I think that's why we lost donut, wasn't it? I think that kind of
was.
part of
You
it,
know, it was both the water quality.
the water quality and the donut, and that didn't go well for us.
Well, but, yeah, defined well for us.
Well, it depends on,
Has that, set of regulations actually helped the city? Probably, yes.
Yes.
Did it cause us to lose the donut? Yes. That's what it was.
so I guess that depends, losing the donut, whether or not that's going well for us.
Yeah.
That's-
Definitely not on the parts of the lake that aren't in jurisdiction. That's-
Anyway.
What we have in hazards is far more detailed than what we have in our existing growth policy. I don't know what else to say, spent a ton of time working on this.
I have one comment or perhaps revision. In your goals, under floodplains, goal and objective, and B,
Okay, hold on a second.
Go there.
Get that. Seeing the phone. Hold on, let me.
the very end of the thing, next to last page or.
Let me see if I can.
Floodplains, goal,
Okay.
objectives, B,
One,
yes,
okay,
A, B.
Hold on a second, tell me, wait a second. Floodplain goal. B.
objectively,
Hold on.
You might consider putting something in there about whatever federal agency would help. Because I don't know whether the news is correct, but somebody wants to
You
eliminate.
read FEMA
Of course.
with, you say, pertinent federal agencies?
Well, I just, with the,
we could say National Flood Insurance Program.
We're
Yes.
representing with the federal agency and. Or, what'd you say, the
NFIP, National Flood
national,
Insurance Program.
yeah,
yeah, I saw the same thing.
it's like, oh, then if there's a disaster, what happens to those people?
Well, we've got hurricane season before they actually do it, so
Yeah,
Well,
there's
yeah,
that.
that's the.
the.
Okay, that
People
was my
depending on
observation.
the hurricanes are being generated, so there's that.
It was in the news lately that, you know,
We
it's
can't make this stuff
possibly on the chopping block.
Okay, fair enough,
Okay, so I-
under our national flood insurance program.
Right.
You can't,
Just to
Yeah.
cover the base.
with the, let me see, me was this, no.
Okay.
I like the, red hued picture there.
So, I have one thing. I know it's late, I don't want to keep anybody here, but I'm very concerned that for the past 20+ years, we have been talking about looping egress out of Big Mountain as a condition of for construction. And, I know that their annexation is now on the table. I don't know what role, if any, that plays in the city's decision about whether to go ahead and annex following that 20-year agreement. But I think it would be really important because I think in many different ways, it's mandated, right? I mean, it is the looming big issue here that has never has been intractable. So I would like us to weigh in on that issue and at least state as a clear goal that we need egress off of Big Mountain. Now, the second part of that sentence would be as a precondition to, more building. I know about how popular that would be, but I think it's a major safety issue. This is what Richard said about I can't believe that the moisture content is already so low. That's scary.
Well, he mentioned the, egress down Haskell Basin. I've owned property up there up until about 2 years ago. And it was the last 20 acres or the next to the last 20 acres as you go up Haskell Creek Road. And quite a few years ago, there was this thing to create a egress out. And I was concerned that it was gonna go right through my property, which as it is, Haskell Creek Road does go right through the property. And then there's another, property up there, and then it goes into Stoltz land and school trust land like that. And that used to be, and it may still be, a big bicycling area.
It is.
Where people bicycle up there. And at that time, I bicycled up there and I got up to the resort. At that time, the outpost, which was just a little shack, was where that led to, which is now the main lodge. And there's a different route coming down because when they talked about the egress, I thought it was gonna come right through my property. It's on the other side of Haskell Creek. It's on the west side of Haskell Creek. Now, I don't know whether Richard was referring to both of these routes down,
Probably not the bicycle.
but I know that if you follow Haskell Creek up, there are no bridges. It goes all the way to the lock. Now, maybe
Mhm.
there's another one over there, I don't know.
Well, I think there's a number, actually, they're depending on which stakeholders in the room, I think there's probably a number of different options that could be implemented, but that's implementation, right? I'm thinking that somehow, I don't suggest that we even try and decide it tonight, but I think we really ought to have a discussion about it. Cause if you are coming out that, alternative egress right now, Richard's right, you're heading into a densely wooded area, and it's gonna get like a choke point, like those tanks coming over through the Ardennes forest from Germany when they're going towards Paris. I mean, it's gonna be forever. And, it's just an extremely dangerous situation. And I don't think we can ignore it. That's all it is.
Yeah, I think that
It's gotta be a goal or an
it
objective.
would be something to put in the objectives to add in.
Beyond this, I guess, but
So what do you, yeah, so what do you,
we have that, we added that tonight.
which is,
Continue pursuing a secondary egress.
right,
Okay, that was when Richard was here.
yes, and I see that as an objective. But to me, I mean,
Perhaps something like.
we've been
inmate-
continuing that for as long as I've been here. And it's just never gone anywhere. And if there's,
Where are you gonna get the land? Where's the right of way? Where's the stuff to do
you
it?
know-
That's the problem.
I understand, and I accept that.
How about prioritize?
As the
If
term,
allows to continue to pursue, prioritize obtaining,
Say that again?
say, say prioritize.
I'm so sorry. Can't just reflect.
Prioritize,
Rather than continue to pursue.
prioritize.
pursuing a secondary, yeah.
Put a deadline.
Obtaining, obtaining or whatever you want to say, but is that? That adds a little more urgency.
Who would fund it? Where's the money gonna come from buying?
I know,
it?
but it's
Yeah.
prioritized. It
Yeah.
doesn't say,
Well,
do it tomorrow, it says
But-
prioritize.
and it's an
Maybe-
objective.
Maybe we need to say, make clear routes that are not safe or available during fire evacuation.
Well, we do have that. I mean, in
Well, I
the
see that on page 4.
assess existing and potential evacuation routes.
Mhm.
Particularly those on paved forest roads that determine the improvements strategy that can improve egress and provide directional information.
The event of a fire, it's really, fires are dependent on the wind direction, where it's starting, there's a lot of different
First time I
factors.
ever heard the
The
fire.
fire department, is letting people know in their evacuation
I hear that every night.
what to do. And Big Mountain has created a giant shelter in place in their parking lots in case of a fire, basically. Created a firewise area that's safe for people to be able to shelter in place. That is their evacuation strategy for the mountain,
Yeah.
right? And then, it's basically a big protected area that can't burn that they can go to, but. I mean, we can't really determine completely whether or not, that, for instance, even the Haskell Basin, in a certain circumstance, that might be the only way to get out of there, right? Big Mountain Road's closed and fire, you're gonna take your chances with that if you can't get to the shelter in place location, but everything's in this, depending on the circumstances and the direction of the wind, and you just don't know, right? So.
Well, to watch more people building out up there all the time, right? That's just scary. And
So, okay, I agree with all of it. So does this address that issue, is I guess in terms of a goal or objective? Does that does this present enough direction for an implementation strategy?
I think so. And the only thing that I would say is I would move it so that it's more adjacent to, C. Because the first one is, well, the first objective is pursue opportunities for a grade separated railroad thing. preserve of alternative access to Birch Point, and then
Yes,
assess
That makes
existing
sense.
potential evacuation routes, particularly those unpaved roads. And then right below that,
That makes sense.
provide, because
You're saying just move it below,
Yeah,
C.
move it to.
Make it D.
can make it D, and then D. Because that C refers to
Yeah,
exactly those roads that are the alternate route now. Because there are two of them, you know, Haskell Creek Road and then this other one, which I've never been down it, but they say it goes to the west of the Haskell Creek. You know,
So that doesn't deal with dissuading development until,
I recognize
that
that.
may not be the spot.
It's probably too much to ask this group to say, you know, put a building moratorium in place until there's a, secondary.
can we even legally do that though? I think for a building moratorium, when we say moratorium, you have to, it has to be something specifically related to a health and safety, and it will only be for a year. I don't.
Right, no, I get that. I'm not advocating it, although, you know, I certainly want. Right, I mean, but, until, it's like anything else, you know, until you've got the infrastructure built out for water or sewer or streets or anything, right, under our extension of services plan, if you're doing it. And, you know, but I recognize that it's been a long-term problem, and I don't think if we put any kind of outrageous additional suggestions in here, it would make any difference. So, I'm perfectly willing to settle for whatever the consensus is here. I just think that what I noticed is we didn't call it out specifically in here, and I think we need to. So that's
Mhm.
my concern. Thank you for listening this late.
Does this do it?
Yeah,
And then Richard's concern over Firewise, the term, which I guess we should look into a little more. He was saying,
Yeah, I think he
I
just,
didn't see where,
well, it was kind of a headed story. That's not a full city thing.
yeah,
It says include Firewise construction standards. And adherence to defense law, it doesn't, it
well, the
just.
term Firewise is like a
It's
proprietary
right, it's a
term,
proprietary term.
so, I don't
I mean, we can take
Look at
Firewise out.
they're using a different term, basically. We can look at that and modify
or
it.
define it and,
Yeah,
yeah, link.
anything else? Last copy?
Is it fire resistant construction standards?
Yeah.
Include fire resistant construction standards,
What does that mean?
Yeah.
roofing,
materials.
materials, siding.
And he's saying it's a very specific, you can't use that term unless you're actually,
A Firewise community, there's a certification that you get. But that certification talks about, the thing is, that certification says these are the kind of materials you use to be Firewise. So, whatever, it's fire resistant.
it's like the leads thing for green.
Right,
buildings in the
exactly.
city.
You could be saying, we're gonna follow lead policy, but it could take you out.
Or they pursue Firewise suggested. Whatever would work, but anyway, you word that, but I think the concept is there.
yeah. I think on the whole, everything looks great. It was nice to see your back and forth with all the different entities and emails that were included. So thank you for that. And I think you incorporated most of what everyone said, as far as hazards go. And I know we got that few other things tonight, but, I do think that there will be more things to kind of filter in as we go. And that's great.
Something
you
on the
know.
building,
That's my
defensible space.
takeaway from that. So that was our discussion, our direction. Anything else on the hazard section from anyone right now?
Do we need,
Ending public comment, do what?
do we need to vote to approve it?
I think that we've just been giving direction so far. We haven't had a vote.
Formally.
So we did say, we did say that we
They
wanted
did
to.
formally approve economic development, so I don't know.
Yeah, that one.
In
So-
general, you guys just give it direct, we're gonna bring all this stuff back
at the end. I'm gonna bring it all back red marked with
Yeah.
your, basically, we're gonna bring the whole thing back red marked with your red marked comments, or what's constituted.
Yeah, the format that we took tonight was a little different because we followed city council's direction of kind of line by line by line instead of, yes, we like this as a whole and work from there. So it did take a longer time. I don't think we're gonna have to do that in the future, hopefully.
Beginning with the economic development stuff.
Well,
With that, because we've been directed to do
John
that
had a few
again.
lines for the hazards.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. You know,
To,
so,
so tonight, I think we've given direction on water quality and on hazards, quick direction, and then we can't have any public comment, I wouldn't guess, general public comment here at the end. We're done with that, so good and welfare matters from the board.
Move to
Anything
adjourn.
from you guys?
Next month, it's gonna be public facilities, and it's 30 pages.
oh, great. Okay, do we need to set, have you set a meeting
For
for that?
economic development.
July 16th.
For re-
For,
It's the third Wednesday for the work session and then,
so, okay, well, then stay on, that's good.
I mean, that's
But
what
do we
you
need
guys,
to-
that's what the board voted on, that's what we've been, so we have to plan ahead and make sure and advertise it and let people
I'm
know.
the new
yeah.
guy, I'm just confirming.
Well, we had talked about adding an extra section to wrap up economic development because it has been lingering and now the council has said, please go line by line or,
Do whatever needs to get it done.
so if we would like to add a section, another meeting, before, that would be July 9th.
There'll be time to talk about that again when there's gonna be some gaps in
Okay,
the process as we gear up for the land.
Yeah, there's gonna be a month or two, I think, that are gonna be open because I'm not gonna have the transportation section done and I'm just starting on that. I'm starting, you know, I've got all the stuff in front of you guys and now I'm starting to try to get caught up with stuff, so. I mean, well, I'm gonna be a few months floating around with there, I think we're not gonna.
If we could have that discussion tomorrow, so that, folks know that we're not just putting it off, because there was, I think, a lot of attention
Yeah,
drawn.
are you here tomorrow?
You will not be here.
No, because that's just a regular CDB meeting.
Yeah, I will be.
Oh, you're talking about, when you say tomorrow, I think at work, yeah, I'm here tomorrow at work, no, I'm not here tomorrow night.
late hanging out with us again. No, it shouldn't.
Every night, Helen.
Okay, so we will meet on July 16th for this same type of meeting, the planning board growth policy work session. And then we'll just decide on adding in some absent month, absent something else. If transportation is lagging or some other section you can add in, if Alan is lagging.
As fast as I can,
Okay, no, you're fine.
You're doing great.
and it's really not easy to write this stuff.
For sure. No, we appreciate it.
We've been spending a lot of time going back through the comments on
A
the.
lot of time, I spent a lot of time
quality.
addressing comments, which is basically
Yeah.
stopped me on everything.
It's a
When
lot.
I get a list of 5 or 10 pages, I'm spending a week working on them.
So that's why other stuff.
So all those response tables and all that, that's a lot of work.
We appreciate that. Thank you. And we will attempt to get anything to you, as soon as possible, once your draft comes out to us. Typically it's a week before our meeting, right?
At least, I mean, I sent it up for public comment before that. I sent it up for public comment 10 days before that, and then after the public comment, I try to get their comments and then send it out to you, so.
Yeah, but
You're gonna see it 3 weeks in advance, generally.
yeah, we should get it, and that's.
It's hard for
We
me
should
when,
make
after we
comments.
talk about this thing 3 months later, I get comments,
Yeah.
10 pages of comment.
Because if we get it at the same time, or we pay attention to the public comment,
Right.
we can make a list
Anybody
of
else in the
comments
public, yeah, it's
to
a
be
different.
comments, but they're not public, they're from us.
Right.
And then when he sends out the final draft, including all the public comments, then, we can make more comments.
Comment. All right. Thank you all. We had a motion to adjourn. Second. Everyone have a good night.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I think you're doing a great job.
Every-